With college football coming to a close, the work doesn't stop for Lance'sLock.com. College hoops, the NBA, the NFL playoffs, all the way through the Super Bowl. If there is action out there, we've got action on it. Get on board with us. It's the greatest deal in the history of sports gambling at only $90 a month. That breaks down to $3 a day, and you get it all. Basketball, football, baseball, and more. Go to Lance'sLock.com to subscribe. If you're tired of losing, start playing and win with us. Lance'sLock.com. Again, go online, Lance'sLock.com. When it came to furnishing the new facilities here at the Next Round, there was only one call we made, and that was to Richie Hamer at Business Interiors right here in Birmingham. Richie and Business Interiors have a true passion for interiors and the talent to bring the client's vision to life. Through their vast selection of great designer furniture, Richie and BI will stop at nothing to make the experience great for the client. Repeat clients trust Richie and Business Interiors because he does what he says, and the guys will deliver on their promises. Leave it to Richie and Business Interiors to incorporate creativity into every space in your corporate setting. To set up an appointment, call Richie today. 205-837-2497. That's 205-837-2497. Or just go visit Richie at the BI showroom today. They're located 2309 5th Avenue South in Birmingham. Again, the entire studios here at the Next Round furnished by our friends at Business Interiors. Go see them today, 5th Avenue South in Birmingham.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Hey, Lance Taylor with the Next Round. I want to tell you about our guys at Chorus Smart Secure, local smart home security company in Hoover with over 200 five-star reviews. I made the swap from one of those big security companies to Chorus, and the cameras and automation are awesome. Tell them the Next Round sent you and receive a free Sonos soundbar with the purchase of any smart home system. Call Chorus Smart Secure today, 205-920-1020. That's 205-920-1020.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
With Baylor losing, Auburn makes a case now of being the #1 basketball team in America with a big win on the road in Coleman Coliseum last night against number 24 Alabama, 81-77. We're back in studio, just back from the national championship. Welcome back to the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios. Jim Dunaway, along with Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar, Forrester, and Lunsford. Good to be back in the studio. Can you reach back and hand me a snack cake from our... we've had snacks in our Johnson RV Center ride for so long.
Can we just thank those guys again? I mean, just
phenomenal.
It really was. I mean, just such a solid they did us, and we spent a lot of time in it, I will tell you.
Yep.
We did.
We did. You know, one of my all-time... I don't know how they knew this or if they just got lucky. Maybe we've mentioned it on the show over the years. I forget what we say on the show and what we don't say on the show. But a lot of times listeners and viewers don't. They remember this stuff. But one of the things they packed for us, Rockstar, was Swiss cake rolls, which is my all-time favorite.
Very healthy.
Oh, yeah. Those are fat-free. I love Swiss cake rolls, and that was one of the snacks they packed in there. And I had not had them in forever.
No, they did an incredible job of packing in things that we really like, because they had Dunaway's health side.
Yeah. That's right.
But of course,
probably still full when they get back in there.
I ate all the Nutty Buddies. I'll tell you that. I love Nutty Buddies.
But
that's what I ate.
I talk about peanut M&Ms. Absolutely love them. Those were packed. Of course, there was Stella. There was Bud Light.
Yep.
There was Michelob Ultra.
Swiss cake rolls. I love Swiss cake rolls. And, you know, I don't know if we mentioned Rockstar. It was cold in Indianapolis.
No, y'all didn't mention. Was it cold at all?
It was cold. So when we got in there, the Swiss cake rolls were like they had been refrigerated, which is exactly what I do. When I buy a box of Swiss cake rolls, I'll put it in the fridge. Oh, Dunaway, that was taking me back to my childhood right there.
Yeah, so good to be back, and we haven't spent any time together, so we're going to go hang out after the 4 hours today and spend more time together in close space, LT Brownie and I. It's been we probably need a break from each other right now, right? A vacation away.
But, hey, seriously, Nick and everybody at Johnston RV, thank you so much. It was... I guess kind of the last thing we saw before we got home last night.
That's right.
And I'll go ahead and beat him to the punch. Rockstar, guess who drove every mile, every
1,000% Brown.
I am not. Drove every second.
No, it's funny, but Brown,
could have made the bet.
I brought this up to the roommate last night. I was like, do you know that Brown grinded out every minute there and back? I said roughly 16, 17 hours behind the wheel. She was like, that was so nice. Why did Dunaway not drive? And I said, because...
First of all, she just defaulted, why did Dunaway not drive? Well, not why did you and Dunaway not drive?
That's true, yeah.
But I said,
knows.
because he was deemed extremely cautious, and Brown doesn't like that. And she's like, you know, when you've got icy roads, don't you want cautious?
Okay, that's...
Well, I could just say, hey, I'm a really swervy driver no matter what, so Brown, you're going to take over the wheel.
Okay.
Before Brown explains, the quote was, you're overly cautious, and it makes me nervous. That's the quote.
That as a passenger.
But I understand what you were saying.
So, number one, I will freely admit I'm not a great passenger. If I'm going to be in there, I prefer to drive. And I've got a sterling driving record, so I think I do.
Have you never gotten a ticket?
I got one ticket in college.
I'm not going to ask the other question.
Yeah, one wreck in high school. So I've got a sterling driving record. I mean, I'm 45 now. My last ticket was in college. My last wreck was in high school when I totaled my first vehicle. So it does not get any better than that, really.
For a poll question, can you have a sterling driving record
As an adult.
if you've totaled a vehicle ever? I mean,
As an adult.
Yeah.
I guarantee you there's people listening to us today that have never totaled a vehicle.
yeah, I would say you can't wear that white dress to the driving school, my friend.
As an adult, I have a sterling driving record. Can I change it to that? Will you allow that last minute change?
Sure.
So I'm not a great passenger. And Dunaway, to his credit, offered to drive 1,000 times. And every time I said, I'm cool. But what I mean by that with Dunaway, who is also a very good driver because he is cautious, I don't know if overly cautious, you're an overreactor, and that's what makes me nervous.
No, I am. But,
Yeah, that's what makes me nervous. It's not that you're cautious, it's you're an overreactor.
I don't honk the horn to insult people. I warn people. That's what the horn was invented for, to let you know I'm there.
Yeah.
So when an 18-wheeler touches the white line, I may hit the horn just to let him know, dude, if you're asleep, if you're watching porn on your device or something, you're getting into my lane. I hit the horn. That makes Brown nervous. I will adjust my driving lane if someone is, I may throw one lane into under the yellow stripe at Talladega if someone's coming down on me.
Yeah.
I'm not afraid to adjust. My job is to get us there safely. It may not be, it may not end up, it may be more Dale Jr. than it is Jimmy Johnson when the day is done. But at the end, I'm going to get there.
You're going to love this line, Rocky, but I was on edge laying down in the back the entire time.
Yes.
And really what I didn't want to hear was Dunaway say, oh, my God, because that would have made me more on edge.
But I didn't do that.
Yeah, you're right.
I didn't do that. I grabbed the handle
Captain Cautious.
I grabbed the handle 600 or 700 times, but that was about it. Because, he was driving the wonderful RV from Johnston RV Center, which he had, when we started, zero experience. And Brown, how close does Brown like to drive?
Really close. You like the almost tapping distance.
Yeah, but I never did that.
No.
We were in the left lane a lot.
Oh, yeah. Well, but that's because I'm up to speed. That's where you ride in the left lane is up to speed.
Most RVs.
Yeah.
Roll,
you gotta go fast, man.
In the left lane.
In 92.
Yeah, you got to.
In icy conditions.
You can do it with a sterling record.
Yeah,
So
you really can.
But I love the way they act like we
White
were 1 second from disaster. We were nowhere close. There was never even a moment where you had to go,
Nope.
Dunaway does because he's an overreactor.
No,
and
I
that's what makes me nervous.
didn't even do that. I grabbed the handle. I wasn't going to say anything.
Yeah,
we were in the same position, though, for every mile of every trip. LT never came out of the back. I never came out of the passenger seat. And there is Brown eating M&Ms driving down the road.
Perfectly safe.
One-handed. Sometimes one hand, right hand, left hand on the phone. There's LT in his position.
Yep.
And that's pretty much the way it was the entire trip. That is the entire trip right there. Yep. Every step of the way. Right there.
We had a good time.
Yeah. And hey, I hope they got the van and everyone at Johnson RV Center Decatur location. I hope that chain was locked. I hope you had a key to that lock. we were debating last night at 9 o'clock. Am I supposed to lock the chain, not lock the chain? I don't think you leave the lock on the post unlocked if you don't want me to lock it.
Yeah.
So I pulled the chain. By the way, chain heavier than I thought it was.
And colder, right? Yeah.
It was freezing cold, but I locked it. And it wasn't a great job of locking it, but I hope it got the job done. I hope all the campers and RVs were there when you got there this morning.
Rockstar, I got to give a shout out to all the musicians out there that travel like that. Like, can you guys imagine getting on the road right now and heading to Topeka?
No.
Like, now I understand when we were talking to Mike Mills when you played golf with him this year, and I'm like, dude, I know you guys said you're never going to tour, but you guys could probably make $100 billion. And he's like, not worth it.
Yeah, he literally said.
I get it.
Yeah.
Well, that band can travel on a plane.
Well, they can.
Up-and-coming bands are on buses.
But still, even flying private like that, I would think that it would get to still be a grind. I know that sounds like for the everyday guy, the George Clooney's of the world that we kind of referenced yesterday and Up in the Air.
Yeah.
That probably sounds a little soft, which maybe it is. But I just don't know how people travel every day.
Yeah, 100%. And we get asked all the time, hey, come down to the Senior Bowl. You guys should come do your show all week from the Senior Bowl. Senior Bowl. Come down to the Senior Bowl. We've always wanted to do that, but the fact of the matter, since 2009, we've just gone Dallas and Indianapolis, which is a blessing. We love it, and we go on the road every year with Alabama or Auburn when they're in the playoffs, and we may start going even if our teams are not in it because we like the college football playoffs that much. But now the thought of packing up and going to Mobile in 2 weeks for a week of shows is how exciting for you guys.
Well, it's not very appealing, no. I mean, I love the Senior Bowl being in our state, and I love Jim Nagy and all the people associated with it. I
I'm ready to be.
That is not real appealing, no.
I'm ready to be at home, and I'm ready to go to some basketball games. I'm in a basketball mood after the college football season ended on Monday night, and we had a big one last night. Our friends at the University of Montevallo gets us into our reaction and post-game comments from last night's Auburn win over Alabama. The University of Montevallo, great place for you guys to go to school. Montevallo basketball team actually back in action on Thursday night as they get a home game against Union. If you want to go check them out at the beautiful facility there, they've got 21 Division II NCAA fully funded scholarship sports right there at the University of Montevallo. If your son or daughter interested in continuing their athletic career, Montevallo is a great place to look as well. Academically, 14-to-1 student-professor ratio. You can't beat that. It's going to help your son or daughter excel academically. Just give it a look. Montevallo.edu, Montevallo.edu. Check them out, schedule an in-person tour, and find out why Montevallo is the place you belong. All right, 81-77. I started the show with Auburn can make a case for being the best team in college basketball. You actually said it before Baylor lost last night, and you said it before the game yesterday.
Yeah,
you thought Auburn's the best team.
And real quick, I think Jimmy Dykes might have said it in the first half. We were on the road, so we were listening. We were back and forth between
Andy
Auburn.
and Chris.
So we were back and forth between the broadcast.
By the way, Sonny Smith not happy with the officiating.
No,
he was not.
Yes,
not at all. But I think I heard Jimmy Dykes kind of allude to Auburn's the best team in basketball in the second half. Did you guys hear that?
I did. I heard
Yep.
that. Could be the best team in basketball.
I feel like more than in football, where I think voters in the Associated Press are a little more open-minded in football to big movements. I feel like in basketball, it's next man up. Like, I feel like Gonzaga is just going to elevate to number one, regardless of what Auburn did.
The twist in that is Alabama beat Gonzaga. Auburn just beat Alabama on the road.
I think you're giving voters way too much credit for playing that. Yeah.
Still do agree with Brown, and I think based on Baylor, winning it was 21 straight they had won, and going back to the national championship. I think Baylor probably just drops to number 2. I think Auburn's probably number 3.
Yeah, but if I were a voter, I would have zero issue giving Auburn the first place vote.
Yeah, I tweeted last night Auburn would get my first place vote.
Yep.
They've got a couple of top 25 wins now on the road at LSU and now Alabama.
Yeah,
and they don't have the resume maybe yet of everyone, but you don't need that resume when you see this team play. And last night, we've talked about their defense and depth a lot. But last night was just an exclamation point of their depth because Walker Kessler plays just 13 minutes. He's in foul trouble from the get-go, and there was no problem. They have different ways to win, and then they bring in Cardwell, who gives you 6 points, a handful of rebounds, and 4 block shots, replacing Kessler. So that's the kind of depth and variety that can win the tournament.
Well, and look, and Auburn's going to do it with defense. And Bruce Pearl, I'm sure we're going to hear from him in a second. I mean, he said, look, we won this thing with defense, 11 blocks, 9 steals. I thought the difference would be Jabari, which he was, and Walker Kessler. But you mentioned 12 minutes, 2 points, 2 rebounds, 0 blocks. Guy leads the nation in blocks. Wasn't even a factor last night, and they still go on the road to a place. Alabama had won 17 consecutive games. They beat a top 25.
And that's what's concerning for Alabama is I thought they actually had a really good game plan there, and it worked perfectly. They got Kessler in foul trouble right away, which is exactly what they needed, right, to open up the cuts to the basket, which is what Alabama wanted to do. Is cut from the top of the key to the basket and take it to Kessler and see if you could get him in foul trouble. Worked perfectly. And still, you were at one point down 16. Was that the biggest lead for
14.
Auburn? 14, the biggest lead for Auburn. So that's concerning because your plan actually worked if you're Alabama. And still at home, Auburn had you down 14. Now, to your credit, you never packed it in. You went on that big run, and you had it a tie game late. But to Auburn's credit, even after all of that, they never panicked. They never buckled. And they won a really tough road game in a really tough environment against a pretty good team.
I'll give Alabama fans a lot of credit, too. Coleman Coliseum, especially after the Davison dunk, that place was going nuts. And to have the energy, because I'm sure most of those people were up extremely late on Monday night watching their team lose, and to be able to bring that kind of energy to that environment, give them credit in a loss.
Yeah, but part of that crowd was an Auburn crowd that was very much like Kentucky, traveling on the road. A lot of Auburn fans inside Coleman Coliseum, including reports from Auburn people at the game that told me that at one point the Auburn fans were so loud that they actually took the timeout volume up a little bit to try to drown them out. Here's Bruce Pearl talking about his team's win last night in Tuscaloosa. Only the 11th, by the way, in the history of Auburn basketball, only the 11th win in Tuscaloosa. So it doesn't happen often. And Bruce also throws out a little shout out to his Auburn fans.
You win in Alabama, you make history. So Jabari Smith, he made history. Alan Flanagan stepping up and making those 4 free throws late, making history. Dylan Cardwell on the block shot late, making history. Wendell Green pulling up from anywhere, making history. KD Johnson playing with those kind of efforts and energy. And as much as anything else, the Auburn family turned out. If y'all were here, you saw what I'm talking about. Our fans are traveling. It's a great recognition of our program. This is our rival. And, Alabama's got a great program also. But our fans are traveling like Kentucky fans now. I mean, this is something else.
And you saw it at South Carolina earlier this year. So that's what Kentucky does. If there's seats available, if you have not sold out your building when Auburn's coming to town, there are Auburn fans that are going to gobble up those seats and fill it up for you. Sold out last night in Tuscaloosa, and a lot of orange and blue there to see the win 81-77.
So, Brent, you brought up the fact they were up 14, and I honestly was about to shut it down.
Yeah, me too.
And the next thing you know, 4 minutes, so 8 minutes to go, right at 8 minutes, they're up 14. 4 minutes later, the game is tied, and all of the momentum is with Alabama. And I go back to the one moment, we kind of talked about it before the show today. Quinterly had that open look in the corner, and I think it was roughly 40 seconds left. They were down 2. I thought right when he caught it, such a clean look, he was going to make that shot. Alabama was going to take the lead, probably win the game. Jabari Smith's closing in. He decides to take it to the basket instead. I don't know why he didn't take that shot.
I don't either, because, Dunaway, you made a great point. If Jabari Smith blocks it, worst case scenario for you is it goes out of bounds. You've got a difficult inbound in the corner there. But that ball's going to go out of bounds.
That's right.
I mean, you're going to keep possession.
That's right. He's going to block it. He's going to put it in row 7.
Okay, yeah.
If he gets to it. And if he doesn't, you got a great chance at draining the 3. And he passed that up and did a horrible job of getting to the basket at that point.
Yeah, now he's normally good at that, driving to the basket.
Oh,
that is
absolutely.
one of his strengths. But I'm like Lance. I didn't understand. Nate Oates always wants you to take those shots. Always.
Yep.
I didn't understand him not pulling the trigger there.
Well, and to me, your 3 best players on Alabama's team, and you can be subjective, argumentative, whatever, but Ellis, Shackelford, Quinterly, your 3 guards that start, they're combined 9 of 38.
Well, that's the Auburn defense.
Oh, no, I get that, but still, I mean, those guys have still got to find a way to make some shots.
That's also been a consistent problem for Alabama.
It is, but 11 block shots. There were some alterations going on last night. And that happens when you have a team that is as long as Kessler and Cardwell and Jabari Smith that can block shots. I think Jabari had 4. I mean, he runs the floor. You don't need to say anything else. He's a 1, 2, or 3 draft pick, lottery pick coming up in the NBA draft, a one-and-done guy. And you watch him play last night, and he's 25 points. He's the real deal. So Auburn wins at Nate Oates afterwards, explaining what went wrong from his bench watching that game.
Fought hard to get back in it at the end, but you got to give Auburn a lot of credit. I mean, that's a hard playing, tough group. I got a lot of respect for them. I told our guys, they've lost 1 game all year. It was a tight one. I mean, they're close to being like top 3 in the country. So we needed to play maybe our best game of the year to win that one. We didn't. Our 3 starting guards, I think, went combined 9 for 38. So they did a great job on them, and we didn't get enough firepower elsewhere, but I did think we improved a lot from Saturday on the defensive end. We just weren't good enough to beat a team as good as Auburn.
Not at all. And Alabama losing to Missouri and now Auburn, the defense was better, but they have a developing MO a little bit. Alabama does, of the first 30 minutes of a game being a little sloppy at times and getting into a hole and battling back to have a chance to win at the end. And they happened in Missouri, happened again last night. This team is a tournament team, there's no doubt. So it's just how good are they going to be down the stretch? How good are they going to be before we get to the NCAA tournament? And with seeding, that makes a difference. Also, with how well you're playing at the end of the year. No doubt this team is a tournament team. But how together, how tightened up can they be by the time we get to March?
Well, Brown, tournaments are typically dominated by guards. And again, going back to Quinterly and Shackelford and Ellis, these are guys that got a lot of experience, and they've just got to play better. And I'm with you. This is a top 25 team. I think they're going to get better. You've got to be able to hit the perimeter shot. This offense is so built on that perimeter shot. I'll give them this credit. They got dominated in Columbia on the boards. Auburn is, one of these teams that is relentless on the boards, and they were right there with them as far as, rebounds last night. So you got to give them credit. I think Nate Oates made sure he emphasized you got to be able to get some of these second and third opportunities.
Yeah. The truth of it, though, is Alabama's lost 3 of their last 5, and they are now in danger of dropping out of the top 25. And I don't think there's an Alabama fan out there that thought this team would ever at one moment be unranked this year. They thought this was a Final Four team.
Yep.
And,
I would agree with that.
And you're about to drop out of the top 25. Now they play at Mississippi State next. They're they're a better team than State, so they should win that game. But even if they win that game, they may drop out of the top 25.
Paul says absolutely a tournament team. That's absolutely a landmine. I'll wear that one if they don't make the tournament, Paul. That resume probably gets them in right now. LT's neighbor, Bama just isn't shooting well. I don't know if they can get hot again shooting or if they just aren't good shooters. Well, if they aren't good shooters, that's a problem because when you're playing for Nate Oates, you're going to shoot.
You're right about that. On your absolutely tournament team, Alabama has got one of those resumes that gets you in with a 500 conference record.
Right.
Yeah. So, it's going to be hard for them to miss
22, 23 wins, 500 in conference. You're there. Another positive, I thought Gurley had really good moments again off the bench. Davison, you saw the electricity that Alabama fans expected once he signed with Nate Oates. So, there were some positives. Again, they had an opportunity to win that game once they were down 14 to maybe the best team in college basketball.
Oates has a number 3 recruiting class. How in the hot hell is he giving me Godfrey vibes? I don't think he's giving you Godfrey vibes right now.
Yeah, I think maybe that was a response to someone else in the Farm Folio chat room saying Oates was giving Godfrey vibes. Yeah. I would agree. I don't see that at all.
Okay, so he was responding.
I think so, yeah. The chat room moving fast and furious right now.
It's really
hard
is.
to keep up.
That's the Farm Folio chat room over there. We'll tell you more about Farm Folio later on. Wimp Sanderson's up next to talk more basketball with us. Barrett Jones at 11 to put a cap on the college football season. And Doug Gottlieb at 12:30 on the show today. Gottlieb in Tuscaloosa yesterday with the call on the national radio broadcast of 2 top 25 teams, Auburn and Alabama. The show today being brought to you in part by our friends at Wayne's Smart Pest Solutions.
Yeah, and what is Smart Pest? Well, Smart Pest is the rodent monitoring 24/7. Your crawl space, your attic, you don't want to deal with that stuff, right? Let Wayne's deal with it for you. The most intelligent, eco-friendly pest control solution available today. You got rodents in those places, Wayne's takes care of it for you. Call 866-WAYNES1 and mention this code to get $60 off your initial Smart Pest service. TNR for the next round. TNR. 866-WAYNES1. Don't forget the code TNR.
Let's see. Alabama loses in football on Monday night. Alabama basketball loses last night. It was an 8 o'clock tip, which means Wimp didn't go to bed until well after 10. Really good chance Grumpy Wimp is next on the show.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's, located in Stadium Trace, just off 459 and 150 in Hoover. And coming soon to Tattersall Park on the corner of 119 and 280. Culver's, welcome to delicious.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farm Folio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farm Folio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farm Folio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farm Folio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farm Folio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farm Folio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
Cardinal Roofing would like to inform you of a few cardinal rules for roofing. Shingle roofs should be replaced every 10 to 15 years. Damage from storms may be covered by insurance. Leaks are typical where vent pipes come through the roof or in a valley where two slopes come together. But the most important cardinal rule is to always call Cardinal Roofing for all your roofing needs. Cardinal Roofing is your home for financing, one-day jobs, and more than 500 five-star reviews. 205-900-ROOF. That's 205-900-7663. Mention The Next Round and get $100 off your next roof replacement.
With college football coming to a close, the work doesn't stop for Lance'sLock.com. College hoops, the NBA, the NFL playoffs, all the way through the Super Bowl. If there is action out there, we've got action on it. Get on board with us. It's the greatest deal in the history of sports gambling at only $90 a month. That breaks down to $3 a day, and you get it all. Basketball, football, baseball, and more. Go to Lance'sLock.com to subscribe. If you're tired of losing, start playing and win with us. Lance'sLock.com. Again, go online, Lance'sLock.com.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling. Big problem for you? No problem for a Dry Tech specialist. They're ready to help. It is important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to these toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. Your first step is calling Dry Tech Solutions, 205-637-0143. They have 24/7 emergency services, 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com.
When it came to furnishing the new facilities here at the Next Round, there was only one call we made, and that was to Richie Hamer at Business Interiors right here in Birmingham. Richie and Business Interiors have a true passion for interiors and the talent to bring the client's vision to life. Through their vast selection of great designer furniture, Richie and BI will stop at nothing to make the experience great for the client. Repeat clients trust Richie and Business Interiors because he does what he says, and the guys will deliver on their promises. Leave it to Richie and Business Interiors to incorporate creativity into every space in your corporate setting. To set up an appointment, call Richie today. 205-837-2497. That's 205-837-2497. Or just go visit Richie at the BI showroom today. They're located 2309 5th Avenue South in Birmingham. Again, the entire studios here at the Next Round furnished by our friends at Business Interiors. Go see them today, 5th Avenue South in Birmingham.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. And if you're like me, you probably added an inch or two to your waistline over the holidays. If Santa didn't put new shoes under your tree, it's time to treat yourself, so you can walk or run those extra pounds off. Make your New Year's resolution to get out and exercise. At the New Balance Birmingham store, get the perfect fitting shoe to motivate you. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
Auburn beating Alabama in basketball last night. Not the only big game going on with ranked teams. We went into the day with Baylor number 1 and USC number 5 as the only unbeaten teams left in major college basketball, and they both got beat last night. Texas Tech beat Baylor 65-62, and Jared's still there, right? Jared Haas? Jared Haas still there. At Stanford beat USC 75-69. Kansas, Iowa State, a good game too, 62-61. Let's talk some basketball.
And we'll do that with Coach Wimp Sanderson, who joins us now on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Coach joins us each week, courtesy of our friends at the Rental Works division of Crane Works. Good morning, Coach. How are you?
I'm doing okay. How you guys?
Doing well. I don't know anything about basketball, but
I noticed.
Yes, you've mentioned it once or 1,000 times, and I thought Alabama actually had a really good game plan, and it worked somewhat to perfection because they got Kessler in foul trouble very early, which only helped that game plan, but still couldn't win the game, and that seems even more concerning. Like, it would seem it'd be less concerning if you're like, hey, we just had a bad game plan, but it seemed like, Coach, their game plan actually worked, and they still couldn't win the game.
Well, they played. Both teams played okay. I think played hard, played well. The key to the game for Auburn's win was for Auburn to defend Quinterly. Quinterly's been awfully good throughout the year and takes the basketball to the basket very well. They put size on him, a bigger guy with a long reach, and when they switched to him, they switched a big guy to him. And I think his ability to get to the basket throughout the preceding games was big, and last night he did not get to the basket very well. And I thought that was the main difference. If you look at stats and want to study stats, they're about the same. Auburn committed more fouls, and they did foul more, in regards to what Sonny said. I was at the game, but I just felt like that the defending of Quinterly was a real key They don't really have a third guy that really comes in and scores real big for them. Alabama does. Now, Alabama's got a good team. Auburn's got a good team. Both of them are NCAA teams, and but the difference there, I thought, was the defense on Quinterly.
Sticking with Quinterly, though, and I brought this up, Coach, I thought one of the big moments, about 40 seconds left in the game, Auburn's up 79-77. Quinterly gets that open look in the corner and decides to pass it up because Jabari's closing in, maybe blocks a shot, maybe doesn't. I thought he had plenty of time to get it off.
Yeah, I thought he did too, and I don't know why he passed that up. He during the warm-ups before, as they were warming up way prior to the game, he stayed on the other end shots by himself, some trying to get things going. But he did pass that shot up. But he's a very effective player and a very good player. But you're right. For some reason, he passed that up. Shackelford is not playing quite as well, not getting the shots quite as much as he has. And Ellis is a good player for him, but. And the Davidson kid is real showy and real athletic. He when he dunked the ball, everybody went crazy. But it was a good game. It was a good crowd at Tuscaloosa. They had good home court advantage for that game. Auburn had some people there, not what Jim said, the Kentucky number, but.
Actually, it was Coach Pearl that said that to Jim's defense.
Okay,
Bruce Pearl said that. Yes.
Well, they had some people there. But certainly not the Kentucky number. But Auburn's got a very, very fine team, and as I've stated, they're going to go a long way in the NCAA tournament.
Wimp Sanderson is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. And Coach, I'll ask you, you're going to say, I don't want to coach anybody else's team. I understand that. And I'm not asking you to coach anybody else's team. I'm asking you as a basketball analyst, a basketball mind, what do you work on if you're Alabama right now? What's the one thing that's getting them off to some slow starts where they're having to battle back in the second half of some of these games down double digits? They battle back. They got chances to win late, but how are they getting in this hole? What's happening?
You continue to work defensively, and they were better defensively last night than they were at Mizzou. And the other factor is they've got to hit the boards. They've got to rebound better. They got killed at Mizzou pretty badly with the boards, and the boards about even last night. But you've got to continue to work hard. What you're trying to do is this: you're trying to limit the other team to one shot under pressure. If you can pressure the other team and limit them to one shot with defensive rebounds, you're in business. And you have to do it. You have to work at that very hard. And then when you go to the other end, when you shoot the threes, and you've got to retrieve the misses and put back some offensive boards. So I think the boards are big. There are occasions in some games where they turn it over a little bit too much. I think Coach would say that to you. But I would say the boards are huge, something that people don't think about much. They think about, other things, shooting and those kinds of things. Maybe they hadn't been shooting the basketball quite as well. But I think those are the two factors that get them off to a great start if they can get cheap baskets along with the threes. Now, when you are a 3-point shooting team, the way Alabama is, and when you refer to them, as one of the outstanding 3-point shooting teams, and you're only averaging 7 mades a game for the last 2 games. I think that was right at Mizzou. I know it was 7 last night. Then you're not quite doing what you need to get done. Now, with other teams defensively, they're maybe a little bit better on you. They know who to defend, who not to defend, but they need to pick that up and shoot the threes a little bit better. They really don't worry about where they shoot the three from. They're different than a lot of teams. They've done very well, very successful with that. So I would say they need to do that as well.
Coach is presented by the Rental Works division of Crane Works. Assuming you were coaching someone else's team, how would you defend Jabari Smith?
Whew.
It's a tough one, isn't it?
He's a booger bear.
Yeah.
You just have to do everything you possibly can to keep the basketball off of him as much as you could, and try to guard him. I've always believed that you try to do everything you can to defend a guy when they don't have the ball, and try to keep the ball off of them and cut down on the number of their catches. Now, a lot of times you can't do that with him, and certainly Alabama doesn't have the size to defend him. But I would say you try to cut down on his catches as much as you possibly can. But to come into that game last night, I think he got 25 or something.
Yeah, 25 last night.
He's an outstanding player and going to be, very, very high in the draft. So Kessler got in foul trouble off the boards a little bit, but I thought maybe last night was going to be a real key for Alabama to really do a good job on the boards, and they did. They were good. They were. It was a 1 and 2 point rebound difference, but Jabari, the Smith kid, is outstanding, and Auburn has an outstanding team, and so I think Alabama is going to continue to get better. They're going through a schedule now. You have to, and I'll say this to you, and this is not any big deal, but when I talk about scheduling is big to me. Now, you have 5 teams that you play twice. And the way I look at it, just from a guy looking at it, Auburn is going to have 6 wins out of those 5 teams. They're going to have South Carolina, who they've already beaten, Georgia, and Ole Miss. They're going to get 6 cotton-picking wins out of those 5 teams, and they've already gotten one out of Alabama. Alabama's 5 teams that they play are more difficult. They're playing Kentucky twice. I thought playing Missouri twice would be 2 pluses for them, but it wasn't. And then, of course, they have LSU, Auburn, and Mississippi State. So if you look at, and I study schedules all the time, I always have, then if you look at the schedule, Alabama's a little bit more difficult than Auburn's when you look at those 10 games. Now, you've got 8 more games, 4 on the road and 4 at home. If you have any disappointments thus far in the league, the disappointments would be Arkansas. They would be a team that you thought was going to be in the top 4 or 5, 3 or 4, and they're not. And if you want a team that's playing a little bit better than you thought they would play, it would be Texas A&M.
I know in January you don't want to panic after losing 3 of 5, but let's assume you're coaching someone else's team again. Do you think about possibly changing the starting lineup and a guy like Noah Gurley, insert him?
I don't think so. I think you just see how things go at practice and how they do at practice, and if he gets in the game and he does well, then change it. But I don't think you push the panic button. These kids have been awfully good for a good while. But I don't. Gurley has. I don't know that Gurley has played maybe, and I don't know this, quite as well as maybe they thought that he would when they took him or signed him or whatever. But he had a 20-point night the other night, and
it just seems like his minutes are going up, though, Coach, and he has become defensively kind of a factor as well.
Yeah, I would agree. He's got somewhat better form, and I think he's a good basketball player. I don't know that he's played maybe quite as well as they had hoped he would play, and I could be dead wrong about that. I don't really, ask the coaches there about personnel much, but it's going to be an interesting 14-game schedule now. With I'm fortunate enough to have 2 of my teams honored at the Baylor game and at the Kentucky game, so I'm excited about that.
Great crowds for those games.
My 81-82 team, the team that beat Kentucky to win the championship in Lexington, will be honored at the Baylor game. And at the Kentucky game, we're going to have the 90-91 team that beat Tennessee in the finals in Nashville. So the reason we're having 2 this year is COVID last year kept us from having one of the teams. And so 2 great games, and I'm excited to be able to see a lot of my kids come back in and visit with them.
Yeah, those 2 great crowds, 2 great home games. If you can get tickets, make sure you're there to honor Wimp's teams and cheer on the Tide there. Auburn on the road to Ole Miss, Alabama on the road to Mississippi State, and the Saturday games coming up. Wimp's with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotlines. To football now, our first chance to talk to you since Georgia became the national champions with the win over Alabama the other night. Your first thought on what you saw the other night and your thoughts on Alabama moving forward. Everybody seems to be in a pretty good place with the Tide moving into 2022.
Reason for the loss was twofold. And I'm not crying about any of this kind of stuff, but you have a very difficult. I probably shouldn't even put this first, but when you lose your 2 best receivers, when the kid went down with the ankle. If he doesn't go down on that particular play, not ankle, but his leg, they're going to score. And to lose those 2 pass receivers is a killer. So that was one of the things. The other thing was that Georgia did a very good job in changing the pass rush. They are very good defensive football coaches, football team. They're probably more skilled than Alabama is, and so they did an excellent job of changing the pass rush. And if the offensive line cannot keep them out and give Bryce a little bit more time, it's difficult for him to really be real successful with that much pressure. Those two factors, in my opinion, and I felt that way before the game, but I knew the pass rush was going to be changed. And I don't know what experts, because I'm certainly not an expert on any of this stuff, but I was just wondering what the people felt like, not people, but the experts felt like about the offensive line of Alabama. I thought the one thing that impressed me about how smart Coach Saban is, as they were standing up to leave, the quarterback and the great linebacker, he asked him to sit down. And when they sat down, he said it at a very timely time. I want to thank you, and not these words, of what you have done, the leadership you've shown, and a lot of positive things that he said. That could not have been said at a better time, because they're going through an off season now with a great team coming back. And I thought, he does such a great job, I'm talking about Coach, of being able to say something at the right time to the right people in the right way. He bragged on Kirby. He said the right things, and he was sincere about them. But also he wanted his guys when they left that table to go feel good about themselves, although they were disappointed, but to be ready to go and lead this team the next year. I thought that was great.
All right, he is the coach, and well said. I agree with you on that. The coach, Wimp Sanderson, who joins us each week on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Coach, you join us courtesy of the Rental Works division of Crane Works.
Well, I do. Crane Works equipment rental division. Rental Works is the source for all the home projects that you need, and big or small. Forget renting from big box stores. Rental Works has reliable machines and local experts to help you find exactly what you need for DIY projects. Call them for your personalized quotes and visits, and craneworks.com is what you need to look at on the internet. Thank you, guys. Enjoyed it.
All right. Thank you, Coach. Love you.
Okay. Love you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. That is the coach, Wimp Sanders. He says it a lot now. Coach with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. I think he really likes us.
I do, too. Auburn wins last night. We'll flip to college football in a second. Part of our show being brought to you by the great folks at Mortgage Right.
Hey, with another year done and dusted, you want to jump into 2022. The mortgage company that can be trusted, Mortgage Right, can help you ring in the new year with some cash in your pocket, put your home equity to work with a cash-out refinance, consolidate debt, fix that rotting deck, or do what you need to do to get your financial house in order. Mortgage Right's team of experts eager to offer the tips, tools, and guidance to give your finances a boost. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to get started. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Over in the Farmfolio chat room, I agree a little bit with Joey there. I mean, Jabari Smith's a 1, 2, or 3 pick in the NBA draft. A lot believe JD from Bama is going to be one and done as well, and maybe be a lottery pick. He may need to be a little bit more aggressive. I know when you're a first-year guy coming in with a veteran team, you want to play your role and wait your turn. He's a very giving player. But there are times when they are struggling offensively that he may need to be more of the alpha male on the court. So I sort of agree with you there, Joey. Maybe that can help the shooters if he's able to do a little something more. Also in the Farmfolio chat room, Kevin, having the best player in the country definitely helps in being the best team. But those guys around Jabari Smith are the real deal, too. I'm a Bama fan, but Auburn's the best team in the country right now. And that's the key, man. Jabari Smith may be the best player in America. He's a lottery pick. But those other 9 guys around him, deep, Kessler's a game changer when he's on the court and not sitting on the bench. Wendell Green has become, he balls out on the court. KD's there. I mean,
Flanagan's
tough. Clutch there. He's still getting his wheels back under him. That's a tough team.
Yeah, again, okay, so we saw the Auburn Final Four. This is a much better team to me. That was maybe a better backcourt, but top to bottom, including the bench, the size, much better team than 3 years ago.
Yeah, and as I go back to a variety of ways they can win basketball games. They don't just have to win it a certain way. If somebody takes them out of their game, they've got another game they can go to, and
it's hard to take defense out. I mean,
right.
It really is. I mean, the one way to do it is to get a guy in foul trouble. And, I thought Kessler had his third foul in the first 10 minutes of the game, and I guess he did have 2 in the first 5 minutes, but ultimately to foul out with 5 minutes to go. And again, he was a non-factor, and Auburn still finds a way to have 11 blocks.
That's exactly right. That's a big, long team that gets after it. It'll be fun to watch down the stretch with both of those teams. UAB back in action on Thursday, home game Thursday and Saturday for Andy's boys. Florida International and Florida Atlantic down at Bartow for them. Jack State, a come-from-behind winner last night over Lipscomb. Good comeback win for them. Carver Montgomery, as Darian Adams had 24 in that contest there. All right, when we come back, portal time. We'll talk about that. All those comments in the Farmfolio chat room. Brandy, tell us about Farmfolio.
If you're worried about markets, volatility, inflation, Farmfolio can show you how your investment can turn into cash-flowing farmland property. See more at farmfolio.net.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover, near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Your 24-hour home for the show is our website, nextroundlive.com. Easy links to the day's top stories in the morning rounds, plus the latest videos from the show, podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, The Mystery Fifth Hour, Last Call, and other shows from our Double Down Media podcast family. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or find easy-to-listen to hour-by-hour downloads from the Next Round Live show. And get the latest gear in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our not for all ages podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Fans of Twin Peaks, make sure you stay up to date by signing up for their e-club. Stay up to date on all things Twin Peaks and score free stuff. Signing up is easy. Just visit twinpeaksrestaurant.com/peaks-club to get started today.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Hey, beginning this month, our friends at Wayne's Pest Control, they're introducing their new Smart Pest solution. Smart Pest combines the effectiveness of traditional pest control services with 24/7 rodent monitoring. Smart Pest monitors and proactively communicates to prevent an infestation. Smart Pest is the most intelligent, eco-friendly pest control solution available today. Call 866-WAYNES1 and mention offer code TNR to receive $60 off your initial Smart Pest service. That's 866-WAYNES1.
Approaching the top of the hour, Wimp's podcasted for you at nextroundlive.com. If you've just missed Wimp, Barrett Jones, our next guest at 11. In the 10 o'clock hour, we'll open up the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, 205-734-0923, 734-0923. Or you can jump into the Farmfolio chat room and all of our streaming services as you watch us on Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch. And don't forget podcast at Apple Podcast. Also on Spotify, Odyssey, and the Amazon Alexa. We appreciate you being with us. However you're on with us today, part of our show is being brought to you by our friends at Gutter Cap.
823-2212. That is the call you need to make. 2022, make it the year you never get that ladder out again. It's a patented aluminum cover system, fits over most existing gutters. It will keep out the debris, eliminate the gutter cleaning forever. Right now, 45% off that retail price. Call our good friend Chris Stewart, 823-2212, or online, guttercapbirmingham.com. Cap it, don't snap it. It is Gutter Cap.
All right, here we go. Auburn gets a couple of veteran linemen back. Austin Troxell and Nick Brahms are coming back for 6th and 5th years on that offensive line. And pass rusher Eku Lioto coming back to Auburn as well. So some veterans and guys with playing times coming back and rolling again with Brian Harsin. Alabama, a couple of guys into the portal yesterday, 7 of them. But of note, tight end Jaleel Billingsley into the portal pretty quickly after the game the other night. Thoughts?
Oh, I don't think any Alabama fans are going to be upset by this. It is very puzzling that this became what it was. I mean, obviously the Alabama coaches, they were giving him tons of playing time.
That's what I was going to say. It's not like he's in a doghouse.
Yeah.
When you're in Nick Saban's doghouse, you don't see the field.
He was against Miami, but he got it. Excuse me, he got out of it, Lance, somehow. And you're right. He's on the field all the time. They're going to him in crucial situations. People will always remember the Ja'Cory Brooks catch to win the Iron Bowl. If Jaleel Billingsley doesn't make a 4th down catch before that, Ja'Cory Brooks never wins the Iron Bowl.
And again, I bring it up. I think Billingsley, his prop total on Monday night was 16.5 receiving yards, and people were laughing about that. But I brought up the fact the guy going into that, Alabama had played 14 games, right? He had 17 receptions in 14 games.
No sense.
He was a non-factor the entire year, but he was on the field. And I don't know how you get on the field on a Nick Saban team that is, for the most part, year in, year out dominant without being a factor.
I don't know if you noticed, they kept having a few injuries this year.
They did.
They kept
but Latu, whenever
Jaleel, maybe this is Jaleel's game, but fill in for Mechie. Come on, man. Fill the gap.
Latu's a better tight end.
And there's a problem.
Well, he's a converted linebacker.
He is, but now there is some draft potential for Latu. And if he leaves, Alabama's got 2 freshmen coming in, but they lost their big tight end commitment, Jaleel Skinner, at the last second to Miami. He flipped because Cristobal got that, and Skinner was a guy who would have come in and had Brock Bowers like impact potential for Alabama. Now he's going to Miami. So you really need Latu to hang around. If he decides to try the NFL waters and leave early, leave eligibility on the table, then it'll be a young, inexperienced, and maybe not as talented group as Alabama fans have been used to recent years.
Yeah, but it's so funny how important this position has become in football. Used to, you wouldn't sweat. We don't have a great tight end? Okay. We got a guy that can block for the run? All right. but it has become such a weapon in modern-day football to have a Jaleel Billingsley-type player.
But more so in the NFL. I mean, when you look right now, you could make an argument, and I forgot what the kid's name is for Colorado State, who was, the Mackey Award winner for the best tight end, but Brock Bowers, in my opinion, watching week in, week out, I thought he was the best tight end. But, he averaged less than 4 receptions a game. It's just like, when you get a Travis Kelce or a George Kittle at the next level, those are difference makers. And I think Brock Bowers will be one of those guys.
But he was 3 catches a game coming into the first Bama game.
I know that's the thing is I just think tight ends, even if they're as good as Brock Bowers, they're underutilized in the college game.
The depth Alabama has at linebacker is costing Alabama a really good player. I think Drew Sanders, when he was forced into action after the Chris Allen injury, showed up really big. But obviously, one of the future stars is also at that position, and Chris is coming back, and Will Anderson's coming back. But your boy Dallas has forced Drew Sanders into the portal.
I mean, I think if you're Drew Sanders, you know what Chris Allen was. I was already playing behind him. I've gotten to watch Dallas Turner a little bit. I think I'm going to find a new home. Yeah. I don't see myself without injury. I don't see myself on the field very much.
But guys that have got film don't always right on Drew Sanders.
He's a good player.
The guy can be really good. So Drew Sanders can go to another premier program.
It's the best player Alabama's losing in this group.
I said that earlier.
You're right.
And everybody will focus offense, but to me, Drew Sanders is the best player of the people who are leaving so far, and I still think there'll be receivers that will leave.
Yeah.
But Drew Sanders can insert twist play at a lot of SEC schools right now.
If Jaleel Billingsley played with Drew Sanders' mindset and effort, Jaleel Billingsley would be the best player Alabama would be losing. They probably wouldn't be losing him at that point.
Somebody texted me last night and they said, where is Paul Tyson going to play? Because he's got so many ties, obviously, to this Alabama program. And said, I don't even know how good of a player he is. Now, Brown, I know
he was
Lunsford,
a 4-star recruit.
I know Lunsford saw him in high school. I know you saw him a little bit.
One game.
What's a good market for Paul Tyson?
Lunsford, we don't have Lunsford mic'd up. I thought he was better than Talia Tungavaloa in high school, but I may be crazy.
I mean, Talia is a guy that, inconsistent in my opinion at Maryland, but starting in the Big Ten and every third game puts up major numbers.
He says he actually probably agrees with that.
Wow, how about that?
Yeah.
Lunsford agrees with
that. That was at high school, and it's different in college. So I think Paul Tyson can find a home too.
Well, the reason I was going to bring that up is Paul Tyson, when he signed, it maybe seemed like one of those guys that just wanted to be part of this program.
Yeah, absolutely. And now he's been a part of it. He's got his degree. He's going to play with 3 years of eligibility. Great point from Kevin. Jeremiah Alexander coming in next year, a Thompson guy, and a guy that can get on the field and replace that depth at linebacker that you may be losing. Stacked at linebacker, stacked at pass rushers. Show being brought to you by a friend, Tom Beckby, and everything that he offers for you right there, Brownie.
After years of searching for a classic jacket that was both functional in the field and looked great in the city, the Tom Beckby people couldn't find what they liked, so they made their own. Started in 2015. Now it's an entire line. You can see it for yourself at the Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village or online, tombeckby.com. That is BECKBE, tombeckby.com.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster. Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org. America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com. Hey, if you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717. Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa has been in business over 20 years. The James Anthony Agency.
This hour of the next round is presented by Culver's, located in Stadium Trace, just off 459 and 150 in Hoover. And coming soon to Tattersall Park on the corner of 119 and 280. Culver's, welcome to delicious.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the next round, Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com. The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Rolling into hour number 2 of the next round, live with you on this Wednesday. LT, D&B, Rockstar, Forrester, and Lunsford, all with you today. After Auburn wins in basketball last night, LT is about to tell you about Hemphill, and we will do the headlines. Rockstar will cue up cuts 2 and 8 for us, and we'll roll through some Alabama and Auburn postgame. But first in the Farmfolio chat room, Terry says, Brownie, hello from the Model City up by the Hill Golf Course.
That is the old Anniston Municipal Golf Course, Jim Dunaway. 9 greens, 18 tees.
That's the one
you
right
could
there.
Get caught in the crossfire.
That's on the interstate, right?
No. That's the old Oxford Par 3 you're talking about. Yeah, that is no longer in existence.
I always wondered if somebody hooked one.
It'd have to be a pretty big hook. Yeah.
That's
Par 3 course, you're hitting short irons.
Greg says, I think Tyson would be a great quarterback at UAB. He would be really good at UAB, but UAB's got the transfer from Baylor come in. Can't remember his name, but he actually played in the Big 12 championship game a couple of years ago because Charlie Brewer was
the
injured.
Zeno kid?
Yeah. He's a UAB transfer, so he's coming in. But not that Tyson couldn't beat him out. I don't know where Paul's going to go, but UAB would be a great place for anybody to go play football right now. Thanks to all of you next round people who came to Indianapolis, said hi to us, wore the TNR gear. I mean, hats and hoodies that we saw at the national championship game blew us away. Thank you guys so much for that. Some pictures rolling, but we don't have pictures of everything. And listen, if we took a picture with you, send it to us. We love to have it on file. We're trying to keep every picture we ever take with anybody in our entire existence of TNR here. So send us the pictures, tweet it at us or something if we took pictures with you at the game, Brown.
Is this a humble brag? Absolutely. It may even be a straight brag. I don't know. You guys rule on it. It was honest to goodness hard to get around Lucas Oil Stadium for people stopping us to tell us how much they're enjoying this.
Yep, and we appreciate that.
That's a straight brag.
We appreciate that so much. Hemphill brings us the headlines here. Thank you to Hemphill.
Hey, when something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, disaster can strike at any moment. That's why you need to pick up the phone and call our friends at Hemphill Services. Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team at Hemphill, the ones I trust. Fix it right, fix it the first time, always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name Birmingham has trusted since 1954. It is Hemphill, 205-229-2090.
All right. Auburn last night, number 4 in the country. They beat number 24 Alabama 81-77. We talked a lot about that in the first hour, including with Wimp. Bruce Pearl talking about this win and what it meant down the stretch, including just how good his defense really is.
Fortunately, we got some fouls. We got fouled, and Allen stepped up and made 4. And we really won the game with our defense. We really won the game by getting stops. When you hold Alabama at 34 or 35% just shooting, and you look at the shooting percentages, we played a little bit of zone tonight. We haven't played a lot of zone. I think our defense was what saved us late.
Bruce with the hoodie ready to hit the bus, ready to get out of T-Town. Only the 11th win ever for Auburn there.
I saw Justin Hokanson on 3.
I feel like foul
that retweeted a photo of Auburn's team on the school plane because they started classes today. So they sent rather than bus, which I think you probably normally do to Tuscaloosa,
right,
actually school jet back home so they could be back in time to get a good night's rest before school started.
You think that priority for Jabari getting back in class?
Knowing he's going to be a multi-millionaire.
If I was Jabari, I would not see the inside of a classroom.
You probably had to the first semester academically.
Yeah. This semester.
I got to stay eligible, but then.
That was kind of the running joke with Kentucky freshmen.
Yeah.
They don't see that second
It's going to be hard to keep my attention right now.
Here's Nate after the loss for Alabama last night. A couple of, the Missouri loss was a bad one. Auburn is expected. They're maybe the number 1 team in the country. But you fought hard. You lose by 4. And now it's time to sort of start focusing on getting right before you get to March Madness.
Proud of our guys for not quitting. They showed some fight. They realized what we can do when we guard. We didn't have that same sense of urgency for the full 40. We got to have it for the full 40. If we can get it for the full 40, we got a chance to be good because this is one of the better teams in the country. We played them to a 4-point game. We had a wide open 3 that Cornelly turned down, late when we were down 2 that. Had he taken it and made it, would have put us up 1, and we didn't shoot the ball well. I mean, like I said, our 3 starting guards were 9 for 38. We shot under 35% on the game. We shot 22% from 3. So to be in a game with a team like that when we didn't play that well on the offensive end at all, shows us where our capabilities are.
And that's Nate Oates. So that's basketball last night. Also, Jaleel Billingsley, Drew Sanders, part of the Alabama guys in the portal. Auburn's getting Troxell and Brahms and Leota back. And Alabama loses DB coach Jay Valai. He's on his way to join Brent Venable's staff at Oklahoma. We talked about a lot of way too earlys for the top 25s yesterday. But one thing it's not too early for is NFL coaching changes. And yesterday, Joe Judge got fired by the New York Giants. In that firing, though, it opens the door for these familiar names to be available to negotiate, an old saying on the show. Freddie Kitchens, a well-thought-of offensive mind, play caller in the National Football League. Now, he has spent his career in the NFL, but he is available to be on a coaching staff. How about Burton Burns was on that Giants coaching staff? He's available to look for a new job. I don't know if Burton wants to come back to Tuscaloosa, but a lot of fans would love to have the Burton Burns experience back in T-Town and what he did with running backs down there. Derek Dooley, I know what you think of him as a head coach, but Derek Dooley is an assistant available now. Jody Wright, familiar name with Alabama fans here locally, part of that Giants staff. He's available to negotiate. But the biggest one of all is Jeremy Pruitt. DB opening in Tuscaloosa, not a defensive coordinator position. Pete Golding's done a wonderful job. Don't know what Goldie's going to do. But there's Jeremy Pruitt.
If you hire Pruitt, he's going to sleep with one eye open. Is what he's going to do.
I mean, I sat and watched Dan Lanning and Will Muschamp and Kirby Smart and all those defensive minds put together a heck of a game plan to win the national championship the other night. Egos aside, I mean, Will Muschamp's not wearing the crown of a defensive coordinator or an assistant head coach or any of that. He was an analyst.
He was. And to your point, he was an analyst before Dan Lanning ever knew he was going to be the Oregon coach.
That's exactly
it's not like
right.
they just came. He came on at the start of the year.
But you know, if I'm Jeremy Pruitt, he's so well respected. Nick Saban respects him so much. He's a great coach, a great defensive mind. If I'm Jeremy Pruitt, I hold out until I get a DC position.
So you don't coach next year at all? You just sit back?
I think there's still an opportunity probably somewhere. I mean, I don't know, who's got an opening right now, but I think there's probably an opportunity.
Yeah, listen, I don't know what'll happen, and Pete Golding may take a job here or a job there, and that may open up the defensive coordinator job. But if I'm Jeremy Pruitt, where my career is right now, where I'm not even an on-the-field coach with the Giants, I'm coming off what happened at Tennessee. I'm having to come off of that NCAA investigation to be a on-the-field DB coach at Alabama, knowing that I probably could ascend to be the defensive coordinator again somewhere. That would not be a bad landing place for Jeremy Pruitt, in my opinion.
No, I mean, if you're DB coach at Alabama, you're a step away from being a defensive coordinator in college football. And I don't know, Lance, if you're better off sitting out waiting on that job, or if you're better off again in the Nick Saban rehab program. This is a good spot. Normally, you're an analyst in the Nick Saban rehab program,
right?
But to be an on-field coach like Bill O'Brien, it's a pretty good spot to be in.
Yeah, tell me how good you think that defense is going to be.
Who, Alabama?
Yeah.
Oh, very good. I mean, if you're Pruitt and you came in and coach the DBs, first of all, you inherit Eli Ricks.
Yeah.
All right. I'm gonna get him right off the top.
It's going to make you look like a pretty good coach.
It's going to make me look like a pretty good coach. I got some good young talent now. McKinstry, he's learned on the job here this year, and it hasn't always been smooth.
A lot of seat time for a lot of young DBs this year.
But McKinstry is only going to get better, I think. I mean, I think if you're Jeremy Pruitt and you look at that defensive backfield, you say, yeah, I'll take some of that. I get what you're saying, Lance, sit it out and wait, but I think these coaches also fear being forgotten a little bit.
No. I think he would definitely take that as opposed. I'm just saying if there's any, and there probably isn't. I don't know. This is kind of late in the game.
It is. But if I'm DC at, let's say, these positions are not open, but if you had a choice to be DC at Mississippi State, Ole Miss, those tiered level programs, or whatever the equivalent is in the Big Ten or the ACC or something like that, or be a DB coach at Alabama, knowing that one day you could be the DC again. I mean, he could go DB coach, DC head coach, boom, boom, boom in 3 years.
Yeah, but again, what does he make as a DB's coach at Alabama? 250, 300?
I think it'd be more than that. I think a guy like Jeremy Pruitt could be up around $500,000.
Well, I was going to say, but he's going to make $1 million if he goes to one of the tiers you're talking about.
To be honest with you, at Alabama, to get Pruitt back,
and it might not matter. I mean, Jeremy Pruitt, probably has enough money that it.
He's got some. He
hopes he's got Tennessee money.
Hopes
still,
to have
right?
some Tennessee settlement money. Absolutely,
yeah, that's true. I think that money's still tied up right now.
But my point being, if Nick Saban wants him back on the recruiting trail and in that defensive planning room,
yeah, he'll be back.
Nick Saban could pay him $1 million.
Yeah,
nobody's going to say Nick Saban can't pay him $1 million.
That's true.
So I those names that popped up yesterday. With Bill O'Brien interviewing, who knows what other coaches are going to leave. Jay Vulai is the first to do it. There's always changeover on a Nick Saban coaching staff because there's always opportunity for Alabama coaches. Some familiar names in SEC world right there. And listen, if you're Brian Harsin or if you're Brian Kelly, good Lord, if you're Brian Kelly, to look at that list right there and say, wait a second, I could get a little Burton Burns, what he did at Alabama. I know he's up in his career, may not want to coach college anymore. But I could get that experience with his reputation with running backs.
Well, and again, the familiarity with the SEC.
Yeah. Could I get a little Jeremy Pruitt down in Baton Rouge?
I thought it was such an interesting staff that Joe Judge had put together, and we talked about it, and all these SEC guys coming in, and it was a complete disaster.
It did not work.
It was.
Did not work.
It was. Quick move there. Yes.
I do wonder about Freddie's future. I mean, that's the one that interests me. This is a guy that's been an NFL head coach, was a very well-respected offensive coordinator in the NFL before being a failure as NFL head coach. Once you've been an NFL head coach, you've always got a job in the NFL.
Well, I would watch this situation. I would watch Byron Leftwich get a head job from Tampa Bay at the end of the year, and Freddie go back with Bruce Arians, BA, in Tampa.
Yeah, that wouldn't shock me at all.
Yeah, that's what I would watch.
There's a comfort level there, right?
Yeah.
And that'd be a good spot for Freddie, assuming Tom Brady continues to play, which I think all signs indicate that he will.
Yeah.
But that's the most interesting one to me, because I think Freddie could have some options on the collegiate level. But again, once you've been an NFL head coach, you are always an NFL coach. I mean, Bill O'Brien is a great example of that. How many jobs are open right now? It seems like Bill O'Brien's interviewing for half of them.
Greg says, if O'Brien leaves, do you think Saban should give Tom Herman a call? Absolutely. Tom Herman's a brilliant offensive coordinator.
Yeah,
so much so that when Zeke Elliott and them handed it to him in the playoffs, Nick and Kirby had a conference with Tom Herman. Hey, teach us what you did to us.
Oh, look, I mean, from Iowa to, what Tom Herman did at Ohio State, which ultimately got him the Houston job and then on to Texas. I think he lost some shine with Texas, but he is a well-respected offensive coach.
The best, what would be the most interesting hire of all of them was mentioned in the next round office prior to the show.
Joe Brady.
Joe Brady would be so intriguing. And it would be the ultimate slap in the face to LSU fans.
It would be, but I mean, really, how good is Joe Brady? Do you even know that?
I have no idea.
Yeah.
I know how good Joe Burrow is now.
I mean, Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, those guys are really good. And
I know Joe Brady was good for 1 year.
Well, I mean, who was the guy sitting next to
him?
Steve Ensminger. I mean,
I've seen enough of Steve Ensminger to know that he's kind of an average.
If that was Steve Ensminger, it was the biggest outlier in Steve Ensminger's career we've ever seen.
No, but I mean, does Joe Brady need him holding his hand? Because all we've seen is Steve Ensminger holding his hand and him being a flop in the NFL. That's the resume.
I don't remember us qualifying it that way that year.
But that's the resume. That's the resume.
Well, yeah.
What is he? Is he what he was with Carolina, or was he being held, his hand held in LSU?
You're doing a little revisionist history here, I feel, by calling it holding his hand. I think in 2019 we joked about Steve Ensminger drawing a paycheck for looking through binoculars.
Yeah, that may be the case, but I don't know that to be the case. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I think,
like if he'd have killed it at Carolina, we could have all winked and nodded and said, "Great job, Steve. You killed it.
Right.
Good national championship." But now what I've seen of him with a limited quarterback situation, albeit at Carolina, what I saw with him there, I mean, I'm not 100% sure he's the guy we saw in 2019.
Yeah, but you've also seen genius offensive guys dropped into the NFL with a crap quarterback situation, and they look like idiots.
Steve Spurrier looked like an idiot.
Yeah, you look like an idiot. And Lance, if you don't have quality quarterback, I don't care how good you are, you're not winning in the NFL.
Well, Joe Judge. I mean, Daniel Jones probably is not going to be a long-term solution at quarterback for New York.
That's right.
But does Joe Brady's schemes do anything that Alabama's not already doing? You know what I'm saying? Do you need to – I mean, that was a flip around offense. They went from being inept at throwing the football in Baton Rouge for years, for almost a decade.
With Steve Ensminger, by the way.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, no doubt. And then they bring in it's Sean Payton's system is what they brought in. Joe Brady is Sean Payton's system.
Yep.
So they brought in Sean Payton's system.
Yeah, which you'd give me. That's a really good system in the NFL, almost regardless of quarterback.
If I could get Sean Payton to call my plays,
sure
absolutely.
You would, yes.
They ran it a little differently, though. You know, Sean Payton for a long time, and still there's a lot of dink and dunk. There wasn't a ton of dink and dunk in Joe Burrow and Jordan Jefferson and Jamar Chase.
And what a lot of people say was, can Joe Brady do it without Joe Burrow? You don't have to ask that question in Tuscaloosa. He's got Joe Burrow.
No, he's got better than Joe Burrow.
I don't know if I'd go that far. Not the 1 year I saw Burrow, but he's got Joe Burrow.
Yeah, I think ultimately he could be.
Does he have Jamar Chase yet? I don't know.
I feel really confident in saying that, not even close, the combined 2 years of Bryce Young is going to be much better than anything we saw multiple years from Joe Burrow.
Don't disagree at all with that.
Bobby, I'd say I'm with Bobby here. Joe Burrow and those wide receivers had a little bit to do with those LSU national championships.
There's no doubt
Clyde
about
Edwards-Helaire. There wasn't a weakness on that offense.
There's no doubt about it, but you're going to do this with Alabama personnel. Do you think Alabama personnel is equal to that? It almost always is.
Well, it wasn't Monday night.
It was not, but you were also without your two best receivers, and Joe Brady never had to do that.
Cody would be pumped to get Joe Brady there. So we'll see what happens with Bill O'Brien. The conversation continues on college football right after Brownie tells us about the great folks at JohnstonRVCenter.com. Wonderful folks. We rode to the national championship with them. did not bring back a national championship trophy. They took that thing to Athens, and they're taking it to all the Walmarts. If they need to get an RV to take the trophy to all the Walmarts in Athens, Georgia, they can call our friends at JohnstonRVCenter.com.
Yeah, did we have space for the trophy though? If it was on us to bring the trophy back?
Yeah. We had space for Will Anderson and any of the superstars who wanted to ride back in that thing.
Would Lance have let Will Anderson sit anywhere he wanted to sit?
Anywhere he wants to sit.
Yeah. You'd have said, Mr. Anderson, you pick the spot. Yeah.
Yeah. And here's
I'll wipe it down for you.
And here's the little Debbie Swiss cake for you.
Oh, no. Will Anderson ain't getting my Swiss cake rolls. Hey, it's a family-owned and operated group there. Rodney and Nick Johnston are great people, and it's the top-selling travel trailer dealer in the entire state. Go see them, I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, and exit 334 in Decatur, JohnstonRVCenter.com.
We talked yesterday, the national championship game ratings were 22.6 million viewers. And they make a point at The Athletic today about how you take 22.6 million and see that it's down from the 26.9 million it was in 2019. It's up from the pandemic game at Alabama and Ohio State, 18.7. But it's down a lot from 2019, the last fans in stand normal season, by 4 million. And The Athletic points out the headlines around college football were like this: college football is in trouble. Quote, people don't like college football anymore because of insert reason. I hate college football. Those were the type of headlines you were getting. The Athletic points this out, that football remains the king of television. 75 of the top 100 most watched broadcasts of 2021 were NFL games. 75 of the top 100 most watched broadcasts of 2021 were NFL football games. 7 others were college football games. That means football literally accounts for 82% of the highest watched TV shows of 2021 in America. 82% of it. You can quibble over how bad the numbers are, but in college football, when you've got a piece of what is the most important thing, nothing's ever going to beat the NFL, right? 75% of the most watched shows are the NFL. The rest of it, college football is next in line. And that's where you're always going to be. So everybody's numbers are dropping a little bit.
What was the total viewing audience? Did you say 22 million? Is that right?
22.6 million.
22.6 million. So I'm looking back because college football's in trouble with that number. At the NBA. I don't know if you would say the NBA is in trouble or not.
The national media wouldn't.
No, they would not.
Some of you would call it. The liberal media would not.
Bucks Suns last year, I don't know how anticipated that NBA Finals was or if people were excited, but Game 6, the clinching game, had 12 million viewers.
12 million. So college
10
football.
million more.
Yeah, almost doubled it.
Lakers Heat. Now, that was the pandemic year, and it was a weird year, and it was at a weird time. It wasn't even when we normally get it,
and
right?
it still was a big brand, obviously, with the Lakers.
Yeah, 8 million for the deciding Game 6. Raptors Warriors in 2019, pre-pandemic, full-strength NBA, 18 million viewers for the deciding Game 6.
Yeah, I think you're going to have to get back to Golden State, Cleveland, those.
And you said that. Golden State, Cleveland, 2017. Steph and all the great players at Golden State versus LeBron. Deciding Game 5, 24 million viewers. You've got to go back to that game to find one that's better than what we just saw for a bad college football game, apparently.
And that's right in the same neighborhood of where we are right now.
Yep.
And that was LeBron at his peak, still very popular, and the Warriors at their ultimate peak.
And if you want a Game 7, and everybody, give me a Game 7. Okay, I'll give you one. Heat Spurs 2013. You'll grant me that was a hotly contested.
Yep.
26 million. So it did have more, had 4 million more. That's a Game 7 professional.
But that's also almost a decade ago, where now just viewing of television has diminished tremendously. So the numbers are dropping on just watching television. The NFL is the only super strong thing that never will go away. So the college football viewing may be down, but it has not diminished the fact that the sport is still beloved around the country. And everyone will make this out to be an SEC problem. It's not it's a streaming problem. It's a this problem. It's a that problem. It's not an SEC problem.
I'll ask you, if Cincinnati, Michigan would have played in that game, the numbers are less.
They are less.
Yeah, I think it is less. Yeah. People want that parity, they say. But I think you've got to have, I think the numbers were 22.6 because Alabama was getting beat.
Yeah, you're a brand.
I think people want to turn in to cheer against Alabama.
We were talking to a buddy this morning that came up to studio, and he said, I asked him, he's an Ohio State guy, and I asked Mark, I said, were you pulling for Georgia over Alabama? Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So was everybody else. If you're not an Alabama fan, you were pulling for Georgia.
Yeah. All right, quick break here. When we come back, we got some more college football and Rockstar's viewing menu. Barrett Jones.
He may be moving. He may be at 12.
Is coming up later in the show. Maybe 12 o'clock.
He's at 12.
All right, so not at 11. 12 o'clock for Barrett Jones. That is still to come right here on the next round, being brought to you today by all of our great friends at Bud Light. Thank you so much to Bud Light being our title sponsor of the show as we got started here, and our friends at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios. Boy, it's good to be home. High atop the Blue Lake Center, we're TNR.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services. Join our Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. Call 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services. Alabama license number 15214.
Some things just stand the test of time. Your old truck, an aged bourbon, the memory of your first girlfriend, and a classic pair of Red Wing boots. Fall is upon us, and Red Wing boots are the ones every guy must have. Whether you're on the job site, working in the yard, exploring the trail, or heading out for the evening, Red Wing shoes will have you covered. Certified fit specialists will make sure you get the most comfortable boots with convenient locations in Pelham next to Publix and the new Trussville location between Metro Diner and Taco Mama. Red Wing boots, a classic you can enjoy every day.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trussville, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net. When it came to furnishing the new facilities here at the Next Round, there was only one call we made, and that was to Richie Hamer at Business Interiors right here in Birmingham. Richie and Business Interiors have a true passion for interiors and the talent to bring the client's vision to life. Through their vast selection of great designer furniture, Richie and BI will stop at nothing to make the experience great for the client. Repeat clients trust Richie and Business Interiors because he does what he says, and the guys will deliver on their promises. Leave it to Richie and Business Interiors to incorporate creativity into every space in your corporate setting. To set up an appointment, call Richie today. 205-837-2497. That's 205-837-2497. Or just go visit Richie at the BI showroom today. They're located 2309 5th Avenue South in Birmingham. Again, the entire studios here at the Next Round furnished by our friends at Business Interiors. Go see them today, 5th Avenue South in Birmingham.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Back with you on the next round. I don't get to watch a lot of the national championship coverage. I love when people say dumbass things, though.
Wow, Jim.
And I'm just I'm just now catching up on this Fox broadcast that our buddy Joel Klatt was part of, and I haven't made it to the part yet. I don't know what Joel agrees to or doesn't agree to, but this Oregon guy, who is the Oregon guy who's on there with him? Has anybody seen this yet?
I have not.
It's Kayvon Thibodeau.
That's Kayvon Thibodeau?
If I understand correctly.
Never seen him out of uniform. He starts trashing educations in the South, specifically Alabama education. He said he wanted to be not known as a football player, just a national champion, or he would have gone to Alabama. He wanted to be associated with a worldwide brand. We only play football in America and a little bit of Canada. But he wanted to go be associated with a brand like Nike. And I mean, whatever you think of Nike worldwide, you can have your own thoughts about that. But that was his argument of why he went to Oregon and threw out dumb jocks and the Alabama education system. And we can't play it for you.
What does Nike have to do with education, though?
Exactly.
I mean, I know the Pac-12 tries to hang on that. Look, and there's some really good institutions in the Pac-12. But when I watch college football, I don't care about APR.
I don't either. But to insinuate,
and by the way, he's not even going to graduate. Let's.
That's
and
true.
What are the chances he will go back and get his degree? If he does, good for him. But Kayvon Thibodeau is done after his third year this year. He is going to the NFL draft early this year.
I don't have to pull up the Wikipedia pages of.
As soon as I say that, he's probably graduated
of SEC institutions, right? But there are Rhodes Scholars who graduate from Southeastern Conference schools. There are brilliant scientists who graduate from SEC schools.
And then again, there's people like me that do.
Brilliant doctors. Well, there are. But I would imagine there are people like you that graduate from West Coast schools,
That's
too.
True.
You know
That's
what I'm
true.
saying?
Is Oregon a premier educational facility?
I've never heard of that.
No
idea.
I don't know, but he said a West Coast education.
Yeah.
Compared to Southern education.
I bet you Stanford looks right down their nose at Oregon, too.
And you're exactly right.
Yeah.
But you know, nothing make the hair stand up on the back of my neck than for you to stereotype West Coast education compared to anything in the South.
Yeah.
I mean, he could go to... Yeah.
Oh, Jim.
Yes. It just makes me mad. Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right, LT, before we get to the phones here. Mortgage Right, great people.
Yes. No
also
way.
located on the West Coast, too.
They're all over the place right
they're
now.
Birmingham-based, though. They take the Southern knowledge out to the West Coast to teach them how to do mortgages.
Hey, if you're in need of some quick cash to get those New Year's resolutions afloat, well, our friends at Mortgage Right, they're the GOAT when it comes to getting your finances back on track. With a cash-out refi, you can make the most of your expensive resolutions by taking advantage of your home equity. Whether it's building a home gym to lose a few extra pounds or backpacking across Europe, you can count on the experts at Mortgage Right to make getting cash in your pocket easy. Ring in the new year the right way by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today.
Yeah, I agree, Brown. I'm sorry I went too far there.
Okay. The fact that you accept it and apologize and move on, that's all that matters.
JohnsonRVCenter.com. The phone lines are open, 205-734-0923. I'm still logging onto the phone system.
Well, I got you, buddy. Let's go down.
Jam-packed over here.
To Mobile first with John. What is up, John? Welcome in.
Hey, guys. The other way, y'all are no longer on terrestrial radio, so I'm going to let her rip.
That is
true. I think Brown just doesn't want him to condemn the college student to hell.
I thought that was a bit over.
That's what it was.
Yes.
I don't have a problem saying hell at all because I believe it's a location. I stopped myself from saying he can go there, which is not a very nice thing to say. Yes.
I understand. I hadn't even thought about Pruitt. Doesn't he have some kind of show cause or something with the NCAA for at least another year?
I don't know that to be true. Did they ever get a ruling on that NCAA case?
That is the. I don't want to say it's the rumor. I mean, that's the word, though.
Well,
that's the fear.
But unless the NCAA hands down something official, then you can have a rumor or this could be coming or something. I don't remember NCAA handing down any penalties to Tennessee. I know Tennessee was investigating stuff and they self-imposed some penalties.
And I know Tennessee's trying to do something where they can say they fired him with cause so they don't have to pay.
Right, saving some money. But I may be wrong. You know, my head's always in a fog when we come back from this final trip every year since 2009. I don't remember that happening, that being the case.
Okay. I was just curious.
Yep. But there was a reason why a lot of people, you know, why he went to the NFL, right? He was untouched why Tennessee was doing exactly.
Yep.
While the investigation was going on, we wanted to see what was going to come out. And I do remember Jeremy's side threatening to unleash a lot of trash if they tried not to pay him. I just don't ever remember there being an official NCAA ruling.
Okay. All right.
Thank you, John. I think that case is still out in the ether, though, John. I think there's still a possibility, which may make him radioactive.
Yeah.
And at the rate they're going with the LSU basketball program, he could have up to 5 years.
That's right.
Yeah, that's true. But I would also feel better about him not getting any sort of penalty based on that, too.
Yeah,
right?
And John, you're right. He could coach the rest of Nick Saban's career before the NCAA hands down a ruling.
Unbelievable.
Yep.
Unbelievable. All right.
Thank you, John.
Hey, I wanted to bring this up with Oregon real quick. They've
Yeah.
got an acceptance rate of 82%. That's kind of high. 2019, the average GPA incoming freshman was 3.6.
Yeah. Is that good or bad?
No, that's a good GPA, but I mean 82% acceptance rates. I mean, to put that in perspective, Cal's got 25%.
Yeah. Cal does?
Yeah, I mean Cal's
Cal and Stanford are pretty
Colorado's
elite.
difficult. I mean, they've got some really good institutions out there, but I think Oregon is maybe on the backside of the Pac-12.
I mean, when you throw out Southern education, though, I mean, drop a little Vanderbilt, a little Georgia Tech on you there. Those Southern schools, too.
Yeah.
Georgia, Florida, high academics.
Where the heck does he put North Carolina and Duke? Do they have maps out there? That's in the South.
Oh, I mean, North Carolina had a diploma factory going for a minute, did they?
Yeah.
In athletics. I mean, it's a well thought of athletic institution, or academic institution, but on the athletic side, I think they were kind of making it easy on the kids.
Chad's in Gadsden. Hey, Chad, how you doing, man? Good morning.
Hey, guys. Hey, Jim, I cannot get used to you throwing out these four-letter words. I was so used to the radio for so long. and your comment several weeks ago or several months ago with Freddie Mercury, I won't repeat it, but holy Lord, that one really got me.
Well, I thought it was a funny line. I am the one on the show that usually draws the line for Rockstar. And when I cross it, he's always the first one that says, done away.
Yeah.
Done away.
No, that's Brown.
I say that. Rockstar always says, if I had said that, I would have gotten them.
Yeah. I was joking.
Yeah. So, I mean, I get a little loose sometimes and forget my manners. I apologize.
Oh no, and I that's not what I called about specifically. I just wanted to say that. But is there like when you're doing your own kind of webcast or podcast, whatever this is called? Are there limits?
No.
Is it just what you're
anything we want to say?
Yeah.
Like I could go on a complete rant right now, and I mean, look, we could upset a lot of you. We could upset a lot of sponsors. It's just not how we do a show. But there is no FCC regulation at all.
There's no regulation. The limitation would be,
it's our limitation.
Yeah, it's our limitation. Yeah. What we think the audience desires, and I don't think you guys desire. People are listening. What we have to remember is people listen to this at work. They listen to it on speakers, in places where they don't necessarily need that type of language.
Well, and oftentimes we're on live at walk-ons.
That's right, yeah.
I mean, around their kids a lot of times.
Yeah,
I mean, Pat McAfee, I'm looking at him right now, shirtless with his gold chain. He has got a huge following. And, I mean, he drops F-bombs nonstop.
Right,
and there's a lot of people that listen to that, and it's totally fine. It's how he does his show. We just choose not to do a show like that.
Yeah, but we are on the same place that pornography is. That's where we transmit our signal now. So there is very little limits to what we could do. We just choose not to do it that way.
And I guess whatever your sponsors would tolerate as well, that would probably be
That's rather significant, yes.
Yeah, and most of them would be probably totally fine with a lot of things that they hear me say off record.
Yeah, but Chad, that is, when we said our moral lines, we have two of them, and one of them is financial.
Well, what I called about is, back in 2012 when Auburn fired Chizik, there was rumors. I don't know if it was rumor or fact. You guys would know a lot more, I'm sure, about that. But was Kirby offered the Auburn job?
Depends on who you ask.
Yeah, it really depends. I mean, a lot of people say behind the scenes that was almost a done deal.
He was the I think he was the favorite of some of the old school guys,
That's
Coach
right.
Dye and people like that.
If you go on the Coach Dye side of the street, the guys who are perceived to have a lot of the power, he was the guy they wanted. He was the pick.
And I think if he would have gotten that job in 2012, my opinion, you would have seen Monday night. You would have seen that at least once.
He's still the coach there.
Yeah.
I think he would have won at a much more elite level than Gus Malzahn did, and it would have been fascinating to watch Alabama and Auburn unfold.
Well, but so you guys think he would still be at Auburn, that he wouldn't have gone to Auburn and left to go to Georgia?
Well, there would be that
maybe.
possibility. Yeah, I mean, I didn't consider that.
Yeah, I think he would have been 2 and done at Auburn.
Well, okay. So let me say it this way: if he had been at Auburn as long as he was at Georgia currently,
yeah, I don't think that would have been the case. But yes,
but if he had been, it would have been the same level of success.
I think so too, because he
would have been harder in the West than the East, no doubt.
But Chad, he recruits like Nick Saban recruits, right? I mean, that's where all this starts, right? You got to have, the Jordan Davises, the N'Kobe Deans, and if you've got 21 of those, Stetson Bennett can win a national championship. You know, Greg McElroy can win a national championship. Jake Coker can win a national championship. You don't have to have Bryce Young to win a national championship if you have 21 of the best of the best. So, and that's the way Kirby recruits, and he's relentless at recruiting. Just like Nick Saban has been relentless at recruiting. And that's, to me, those are the ones you watch. I mean, Ohio State has better players than almost everybody in the Big Ten every year, so they're going to win it almost every year. And that's why Dabo and them were so good for so long at Clemson, too.
Well, and that was kind of my follow-up question is where if he had got the job and had he stayed, I understand Georgia was kind of his dream job, but had he stayed, would we have seen a national title by now? And I think you kind of answered that the similarity would have been,
Well, I would say this.
I don't know that you would have.
Well, in year 2 would have been Malzahn's first year where they played for a national championship.
Yeah.
So, I'm not saying in year 2 at Georgia, Kirby played for a national championship. So this would have been, year 9 now? And in year 6, he won a national championship. But, yeah, I feel pretty confident.
Okay.
Right.
Well, that's what I was just curious. I value you guys' opinion. So
thank you, Chad.
Just because I would go back to this. Now, it would be a little bit more difficult, I guess, to recruit in state with Saban. But how has Auburn's recruiting been overall since 2012?
But you don't know that it wouldn't have been easier to recruit in Georgia because who's the Georgia coach, right?
Yeah.
And Georgia is a hotbed for recruiting, and Auburn has always done well there.
Let's just say Kirby's recruiting stays the exact same, and he's been there 9 years. How much better has recruiting would it have been in 9 years under Kirby than it has been under Malzahn and now Harsin?
Oh,
it's not even close.
Yeah, the recruiting would have been phenomenal.
Yeah. It would be Georgia-like, Alabama-like, and that's really, really good. Before we take our next break, Todd is in Birmingham. Hey, Todd, how are you?
Hey, I'm doing good. Love the show, guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Todd.
So I was at Asbury United Methodist on Sunday. By the way, is that a humble brag?
I'll take that as a humble brag. Yeah, my wife works there.
I know. The unbelievable Maggie Dunaway was preaching. I love when she does the sermon. And I don't know if you know this, but she was talking about baptism on Sunday. And lo and behold, she popped up a Dunaway family picture from 2001.
I was out of town, so I didn't know what she was preaching on. Spending a 7-hour drive with Brown driving, I was talking to her on the way up, and I had some sermon suggestions, mostly about traveling through Herod and the trouble that could happen leaving the birth of Christ. So Brown, for some reason, had me thinking about a troublesome drive home. Yes. I don't know why.
Because I'm a bad driver.
So was it a good sermon? And there was a picture of me. I assume I had hair in the picture.
Well, that's the funny thing, and it's funny you spoke about Herod because she said, as you can tell from this photo from 2001, I have considerably more hair, and Jim has considerably less.
I love
hair,
it.
And the congregation lost it.
Yes, if Maggie's going to take shots at Dunaway like that, I'm moving my membership to Asbury. I'm all about that.
So she
From
took
the pulpit.
Yes.
she took a crack at my bald head.
Yes.
She did, and here's the punchline, guys. I, not thinking, went immediately to my phone and pulled up the Next Round app to see a current photo, and of course the Next Round started playing.
That's so good.
I'm afraid she wouldn't know what that sounds like. I'm not sure she listens anymore.
No, she does a great job, and so do you guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Todd.
Thanks, man.
Thank you, Todd.
Good story. I want to see that picture, by the way.
I can probably send it to you. I'll get it to Forrester here. It was the day that Harper was baptized, and Maggie and I had not been baptized. So we all three got baptized at the same time.
Oh, how nice.
Yeah.
That is really cool. I did not know that.
Yeah, so it all happened at the same time at Asbury United Methodist back in the day.
Didn't come up on the trip this weekend.
It did. That was not the sermon title. That was not. That had to be an emotional day, though.
It was.
That's
It
really
was.
cool. Like I don't know if you've experienced this, but like sometimes a father at Shades Mountain will baptize his child.
Right.
Oh boy, that'll get you every time, man. Because they'll always get choked up, you know.
I did see an old picture of you yesterday. I had one eye open on the road, and you pulled an old picture from CBS, your first shot, right?
Dunaway's looking for a headshot.
And
for
you
the
had like
Montebello
the
Hall of Fame.
uncomfortable, didn't know where to put your hands.
Yeah, it was this. I did this number. I don't like taking pictures.
The chili picture?
He was pouting.
So I was doing this right here.
Of course, I'm doing that all the time in here.
People in the Farfolio chat room are debating if Lance has long COVID now, and he's just got chills all the time.
Maybe. I mean, I'm just cold-natured. You know
You
this.
are. You're very cold-natured.
Very cold-natured.
We were in the Arctic this past
No,
weekend.
I had a hood on in the back of the RV yesterday.
noticed.
I mean, I was shaking.
And we told you yesterday that we were 58 with air conditioning downstairs and 99 with heat upstairs.
Well, Brown couldn't figure out how to balance at the house or in the RV because
There was no balance, yes.
It was hot up front of the
I
RV,
know.
but it was freezing in the back.
I think I made a mistake the first night in Nashville and burned through all the propane for the back.
Yeah.
That was on me.
All right.
What gave that away? The frozen water bottles in the RV?
I didn't think we were going to tell Johnson RV that. There you go. It's out there.
They'll know the propane tank's empty, Jim.
By the
They'll
way, in
figure that one out.
Nashville, the RV never got cold.
Toasty.
Toasty when we got in the next day. All right, when we come back, much more college football. Barrett Jones now at 12 noon, so we'll keep rolling the conversation right here on the Next Round. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at Nichols Outfitters.
Listen to me, Nichols Outfitters. Right now, you go see one of the best firearm showrooms in the entire state of Alabama, the top bow technical team anywhere. The inventory and expertise you need for hunting season off exit 242 in Pelham or online, nicholsoutfitters.com.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Hey, Vulcan here. A century of reaching for the stars has taught me a lot. For one, your arm gets really stiff, but it is cast iron. For two, the stars not only fell on Alabama, they opened a First Bank branch in Homewood with local banking stars and community banking with a 5-star rating. Big banks? First Bank outshines them hands down. Hands down. That would be a relief.
First Bank, now open at 404 Hollywood Boulevard. Member FDIC.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up the Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or finding pain in your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Precision has 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area to get your life back on track. We're rebuilding champions on and off the field, so make that appointment today. Call 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459.
Did you know there are many different causes to erectile dysfunction? Causes like a heart condition, diabetes, a reaction to medication, or simply low testosterone. I'm Jim Dunaway, and I'm so glad the Alabama Men's Clinic is right here in Birmingham. They've treated thousands of Alabama men for ED. And listen, men, this is one game you never want to be out of. And that's why the Alabama Men's Clinic staff will find the problem, and some of you will be back in the game the day after your first appointment. Set up that appointment by calling 205-598-7000, 205-598-7000, or go to the website, alabamamensclinic.com. As I told you, there are many reasons you could be having an ED problem, and you want to find out the answer. Most men wait years before they even address the issue with a doctor. Get rid of depression, get rid of anxiety, make a new connection with that special person in your life. Again, the number, 205-598-7000, or get back in the game at alabamamensclinic.com.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Back with you on the Next Round. For the people that don't roll with us in the commercial breaks who are coming back, Forrester, let's throw those pictures up again. Here's the picture on the left is the one that will go on my Montevallo plaque as I go into the Hall of Fame, humble brag. I went back and chose one with hair.
Is Mr. Echo going to induct you?
I forgot to bring that. Can I bring that tomorrow?
Yes,
please.
Okay. Yeah.
And then there's the baptism picture, Maggie on the left, baby Harper in the middle, and another fully head of hair, Jim Dunaway. At least I'm not wearing the same suits.
Maggie really has not aged.
She really has not.
Boy, Harper has.
Yeah, that's 20 years ago.
Yeah.
So's our partner.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, I'm just saying you. Wow.
It's the only one it took. It's the only one that stuck.
Wow. All right. Rockstar's View of Your Everyday is brought to you by our friends at New Life. Remember when Rockstar used to watch cartoons on Saturdays? He's watching adult shows now.
Look, New Life Art bringing you memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years. Call him today, 1-800-735-2787. You can always go online to danielmooreart.com.
I don't know if it's a movie or a series on Netflix, The God Committee, with Julia Stiles, forgot about her, and Kelsey Grammer, forgot about him.
Good actor.
Star in this drama about an organ transplant committee that has an hour to decide which of 3 patients get to live or die.
Oh wow,
man! So is
that real life? Is that the way it happens?
I'm sure, probably something like that's got to.
High academics if it's organ, right? I know.
Kayvon Thibodeau's like, let's don't give it to a Southern person.
I would like to know. I would like to know more about this because it would be interesting, like if you had their history, like, well, this guy's a complete turd. Well, let's don't give it to him. This girl's 16. She's got so much to live for. Well, let's give it to her.
I got an amazing transplant story coming up on Trash on the Table.
Oh, okay.
Still going, by the way.
It makes me so nervous, though. Like, it can't end good.
No, it's probably not, but it's going to extend a little bit.
Oh, I can't wait to Trash.
Then 8 p.m. on E, you had a new reality show coming on, relatively famous, Ranch Rules. 8 celebrity offspring volunteer to help a struggling Colorado ranch get their tourism back on its feet. I don't know how the hell you came up with this concept, but here's this cast. Pat Benatar's daughter. Come on, Sean.
Pat Benatar?
Pat Benatar's daughter.
Oh.
Shaquille O'Neal's son. Martin Lawrence's daughter. Billy Bob Thornton's son. And Eazy-E's daughter.
Oh my gosh! Hey, I will watch an episode. I promise you, just because those are some of my favorite people, celebrities, and just to see their kids and just to see what they are like. But I'll tell you how they got the concept. I mean, this Yellowstone. I mean, there's going to be like ranch and like cowboy stuff moving for the next couple of years.
Yeah, well, I guess they're kind of out of their element. They're going to have to wear a cowboy hat and out of their element, riding a horse. I've never even seen a horse.
Eazy-E's daughter's probably out of her element.
But I'll tell you what it sounds like. I don't know if you guys remember this, and I'll tell you the only way I remember it is years ago when we worked at Jocks. They were doing a media tour for a show that Nicole Richie and Paris Hilton were doing.
Yeah.
Simple Life.
Yeah, Nicole was on our show.
Yeah, she came by studio. She was in person, right? Or was it just a phone?
We did a phoner with her. Do you remember we did the phoner with her? She was really nice.
Yeah. She's disappeared, too. She is Lionel Richie's daughter.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, she could be on this show.
Yeah.
I don't know how old she is now.
Well, she's not immortalized like Paris Hilton is.
No.
Talking about the videotape.
That was a movie, Dunaway. It was cinema classic, One Night in Paris.
One Night in Paris.
Just because.
A long-ass night.
Did that win an Academy Award?
I don't think. I mean, it was one of those. It was funny. We used to have Nick Mackay on. You remember Nick Mackay, the comedian, and his wife?
Oh, yeah.
And we talked about it. It was like, seriously, it was like watching in night vision.
Listen.
Not that I saw it.
To be a movie, something has to explode.
Oh, my God.
Oh,
Done away.
Jeez.
I like to see the transition. Go ahead. What you got?
Part of our coverage.
Matt Brown didn't explode us in the RV from Johnson RV.
All right. Well,
with that propane, anytime Dunaway was I smell propane.
Until it ran out.
I made the mistake of telling him I thought I ran the propane tank out the first night.
So,
do you think there are fumes in the RV?
Alabama's payout and Georgia's payout for the national championship in the playoffs, $6 million. $6 million.
That's good money, Jim.
Hey, so remember our old, not to interrupt that, but our old commute to, I know we're running out of time, to Jocks, we used to have to drive down Valley Avenue.
Yes.
Do you remember the potholes?
That was my least favorite part of the drive.
No, but
Do
that's
I remember the
stretch.
potholes? You could die in them.
Rocky, I promise you, the potholes in the state of Indiana all the way until Nashville are the exact same strip.
Well, that's Kentucky.
Or Kentucky, whatever the hell we were.
No,
I
I'm
don't
talking
know.
about Indiana to Nashville is the state of Kentucky.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. There was a lot of construction, and at one point, Dunaway said, I don't even know if we're still on the road.
That was outside of Nashville.
Yeah.
We hit the biggest pothole.
I said we were disintegrating. We're coming apart.
Yeah, he said it was like re-entry.
He says we're coming apart. I said it's always this way on re-entry.
This is the
It was
longest
shaking
landing.
Like this.
How much runaway do we have left?
All right. Top of the hour. If you're new to this, we have some of the best times on this show from right now until football kicks off again next year. And who knows what we talk about. So that's why you should tell friends to come back and join here all the way until we kick it off again in 200 and something days. And I meant to have it ready for you today. I don't have it ready how many days it is to kick off again. So
I bet you will tomorrow, though.
I may by the end of the show. I may get Lunsford working on it. He's a simple mind. Well, Bruce, give me a brilliant mind.
There's some days left.
Yeah, computer. Computer on screen has lights.
Back in a moment of the next round.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services. Join our Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. Call 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services. Alabama license number 15214.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. I'm Jim Dunaway, and my friends at ERA King have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they're opening their 10th office location in Central Alabama this month. To find your agent, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35260. That's MOVE to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
At Culver's, we cook our butter burgers pretty much the same as you would at home. Only our 3-cut blend of fresh beef will do. Then you'll need to master our signature press and sear technique. You may want to practice a few thousand times. Add real Wisconsin cheese, top with a lightly buttered toasted bun, and serve yourself with a big warm smile.
Better yet, come to Culver's and leave the whole cook-to-order butter burger thing to us. Welcome to Delicious.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. And if you're like me, you probably added an inch or 2 to your waistline over the holidays. If Santa didn't put new shoes under your tree, it's time to treat yourself so you can walk or run those extra pounds off. Make your New Year's resolution to get out and exercise. At the New Balance Birmingham store, get the perfect fitting shoe to motivate you. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
Iron Mountain Construction is an industrial services company with over 500 people available for your situation and needs. They are committed to safely supporting the operations of your facility through their execution of quality-driven maintenance services and on-time, on-budget small capital construction work. And they offer support with plumbers, pipe fitters, millwrights, iron workers, laborers, operators, and more. Call the office of Iron Mountain Construction, 205-781-1170 for Jeremy Purvis and Iron Mountain Construction.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
More reaction from Auburn's win last night coming up as we do the headlines. This hour of the show being brought to you by our friends at Champy's, world-famous fried chicken. I can't tell you what a wonderful guy Sterling is and what a great place he's created right there on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling is the guy that has brought Champy's world-famous chicken right here to Central Alabama. Hopefully it'll keep expanding and growing here in the area. Sterling's a fantastic guy, and he's got a fantastic operation open for lunch right now, dinner tonight, and all the catering you need for parties and office meetings and anything. And whether you're a party of one or a busload of people and you're going in that area, 119 in Alabaster, great tamales, Mississippi Delta recipe, chicken on a stick, which I love with the peppers and everything. Oh, so good right there at Champy's world-famous chicken. All right, number 4 Auburn beat number 24 Alabama last night, 81-77. It ended a 17-game home court win streak for Alabama. It extended a 12-game win streak for Auburn. That's tied now with Davidson as the longest active win streak in college basketball. 11th all-time win in Tuscaloosa for Auburn. Rockstar cut number 3. Bruce Pearl talking about the final push and another big win for his Auburn team on the road, and that including just playing good defense and having a lot of depth in this game.
You know, it's funny. There were really had very little doubt. That ball, those balls he shot didn't even hit the rim. They barely hit the net. And Alan, I told him after the game, I said, that's all those hours in the gym with your grandfather and with your father. And you earned those shots. You earned those free throws. And you made history tonight to beat a ranked Alabama team at home. You know, Auburn will always celebrate beating our rival. But when you beat a ranked team on the road, you've really done something.
Yeah, only the 11th win ever for Auburn in Tuscaloosa. They rolled Toomer's Corner last night. Students got out and rolled it white down there at Toomer's last night with the win. They're number 4. Number 1 Baylor, who had the longest win streak in the country, gets beaten by Texas Tech. So the door is open now for Auburn, who jumped all the way to number 4 in last week's AP poll. When it comes out again on Monday, if they take care of their business and win on the road this week at Ole Miss, they've got a chance to be number 1 in the country come Monday.
So most excited Auburn is about basketball since, what was the year, 99? Was it 99, 98?
Well, I mean, at this point in the season, you mean? Because obviously,
yeah, I'm just talking about once they started rolling with Njai and Chris Porter. I mean,
yeah, maybe so.
Scotty Pullman.
Yeah, because I mean that team was that team not a 1 seed?
They were, and they were
lost to Ohio State.
They were on the cover of Sports Illustrated. They were the number 1 team for a moment. But to Brown's point was it wasn't right now yet. When Auburn got on their roll, didn't they lose to Georgia and then go on their road to the Final Four?
They didn't lose a lot of games, though.
No, not the Porter and Njai didn't. I'm talking about the Final Four, the Auburn Final Four team, which was the best team in Auburn history.
No, that's why I'm saying I think this team, at
this point of the season,
because you lose time because of the COVID year. But 3 years ago, that team.
They were 5th in the conference.
I mean, a lot of people thought they were going to lose to New Mexico State in round 1.
Yeah, so they almost did.
Yeah, I mean,
they were a free throw away from losing.
There was no expectation to go to a Final Four that year, so that was a good team. But this has the potential to be like that team.
But to your point, Baylor had all 61 first-place votes. Those votes have got to go somewhere.
That's
USC is not going to get them. So it's going to be Gonzaga and Auburn probably to get the predominance of those votes.
And if you pay attention. As I mentioned earlier, Alabama beat Gonzaga. Auburn just beat Alabama on their home floor.
Yeah. And I'll give you another team that Gonzaga beat is UCLA, who's right behind them. So it's going to be hard to give them first place votes, even though they're really good.
They smoked UCLA.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So UCLA's not likely to get
I think
a lot
Gonzaga's
of those
going to be 1.
And
I think
Auburn's
Baylor will be 2. I think Baylor will be 2.
Only drop to 2?
Yeah, because they won 21 straight, and they're still your defending champions. And then I think Auburn will be 3.
Yeah, it could be AP poll. But the good thing about basketball, those polls mean very little, if anything at all. And eventually you get to the tournament, and not always the best team doesn't always win the NCAA tournament. It's such a hard thing to do, is to win 4 games, get to the Final Four, which is an accomplishment, and then to win 2 against the best of the best. Hardest championship of the 2 major sports, football and basketball, for me to win is the basketball one. Auburn's got a chance this year, and this Alabama team will be in the NCAA tournament. I think they'll have a good run as well. Who knows what the ceiling is for this team yet? They need to get back right, though, to the kind of team they were when they upset Gonzaga earlier in the year. Texas Tech beat Baylor last night. Stanford beat USC. No more No more unbeaten teams left in major college basketball. Number 9, Kansas, with a exciting thriller at Rock Chalkville. They beat Iowa State 62-61. Kentucky over Vandy. Texas over Oklahoma of your ranked games last night. Jaleel Billingsley into the portal. So is Drew Sanders. A handful of guys leaving Alabama yesterday. More to come, I'm sure, at every school, including Georgia. You know, Georgia lost DB Amir Speed. He started 3 games for him this year. So, I mean, 3-game starter out of 15 games on the national championship team and maybe one of the best defenses ever, and he's hitting the portal. He's a Florida native. I don't know if he's going to end up back with Florida or somewhere like that, Miami, I don't know. But that's talent leaving the national championship team as well. So you get some of that happening. Florida did name their offensive coordinator, Billy Napier's guy, as Rob Sell, who was with him at Louisiana a bit. He was with the New York Giants coaching staff.
Yeah.
That was let go yesterday.
Of course he was.
But he was going to leave anyway. He was coming to be the OC regardless. So those are your headlines right there. A couple other portal things that happened while we were in Indianapolis that we did not get a chance to talk about. One of them is a DB, an All-American, if you will, from Oklahoma State, and Tanner McAllister. He is following Jim Knowles to Ohio State. You were talking to an Ohio State earlier up here in our studios who mentioned that by name of a big get, LT. Tanner McAllister coming to Ohio State.
Yeah, I don't know if you noticed it, but Ohio State needs a little defensive help.
They do, and this guy's a good place to start.
They've got a championship offense, but the problem was, going back the last 2 postseasons, we've seen Ohio State. You saw it against Alabama last year. Look, that was a generational-like offense. But Utah was up and down the field on that team, scoring 45 points in that Rose Bowl. So, yeah, this is a big get. I think Knowles is obviously one of the best defensive coordinators in college football.
The other 2 are quarterbacks. And one of them I like, and one of them I'm disappointed on this change. The one I like is Casey Thompson to Nebraska, the one-time Texas starter in the portal, and he's going to Nebraska. We talked about places that needed a quarterback that was open for Casey Thompson to go to. And I remember, LT, I think you said you liked some things Casey Thompson did this year. This seems like a pretty darn good fit if Scott Frost can sort of try to wake up a Mackenzie Milton type echo there.
Well, I think Casey Thompson was inconsistent. He had some great games, and then he had some really bad games under Sark, and maybe that was just year 1 in that offense. But Casey Thompson had 3 5-plus touchdown games. So he's a talented kid.
Is it an upgrade from Martinez?
I think it is.
I think it is. Martinez has obviously got a ton of experience, but I just think skill set, you've got an upgrade there.
Especially if you go back now, you bring it up all the time, Bijan was having a day in the Red River Shootout. He was having a go-to early part of that game. But Casey was in charge of that Texas team that was running Oklahoma out of the stadium until they made the quarterback shift to Caleb Williams.
Yeah, again, Bijan was – look, nobody ended up being the star that day because Caleb Williams ended up being the guy with the comeback. But when you started to look at that first half, as good as Bijan was, Casey had that really good game a little bit behind the scenes. That was one of those 6 touchdown games for Casey Thompson.
Yeah. Cam Ward, the other guy, who we were very interested in because we hadn't seen a lot of him because he was at Incarnate Word. But everybody was raving about this guy. I was sort of hoping he was going to end up in the SEC somewhere.
I've never seen the guy play.
Far from it.
I know nothing about him outside of the fact that he won the Jerry Rice Award for the best, is it FBS player?
FCS,
yeah.
He is nowhere close to the SEC. As Brown's saying, he's about as far away as you can be. He's in Pullman, Washington, to Washington State. So I'm a little disappointed that I won't get to see him in the SEC because there was talk of him being such the ultimate playmaker.
Well, Wazoo went with the interim, right? They took interim off and hired that guy.
They did, but the interim ended up hiring Eric Morris, who was the head coach in Incarnate Word, as their offensive coordinator.
That's interesting.
So much like McAllister and Knowles coming together to Ohio State, the collusion behind the scenes on this stuff is amazing.
So this was old school basketball recruiting where you'd go, they put a stop to this, the NCAA did, but where you'd go hire the high school basketball coach so you also got the player.
Allen Houston's dad got the head coaching job.
I know.
But he became an assistant first and then took over the head coaching job, right? Is that the way it worked?
I don't know. I know Milt Wagner's kid, and I guess it was, what was Wagner's kid's name? God, he was really good for a while. Anyway, he got the assistant job.
Hey, if Will Anderson's dad wanted to coach,
they'd probably find
I'd let him coach.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. You're right, Dunaway, about Wade Houston.
So he was an assistant first?
No, he was the Louisville assistant, and then got the Tennessee job.
Right.
See, I remembered him coming from high school. I forgot he went to Louisville first.
Right, because the belief was that Allen was going to follow him to Louisville.
That's right.
And
was that a Denny Crum thing?
To nip that into the bud. I can't remember if Denny was there or it was the guy right after Denny.
Who was the guy right after Denny?
There was a guy between Denny and Patino. I can't remember who all was there. All right, so that's the portal. That's interesting, and obviously the people that are leaving, but those people landed while we were there. Tell us about Odie's and what you guys are doing tonight, and then I want to get into a conversation that we started yesterday, but we never got into ranking coaches of where we see college football coaches right now and where Kirby Smart fits in.
So it's Wednesday night, Rockstar. That means
trivia. Hey, what trivia, Lance?
Our Wednesday night team trivia every single Wednesday right there at Odie's Tavern. Make sure you come see us. We'll get started a little after 8 o'clock. Get there a little early and enjoy some of the great food from Rodney Davis, the award-winning burgers, wings, delicious sandwiches, including the Diablo sandwich. It's a Birmingham institution. Go see Will Haver and that great staff. Will be there tonight for Odie's team trivia, Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
The Big Ten has just sent out their revised schedule for next year. Impossible for me to know if anything is out of whack or different. Ohio State, Michigan still at the end of the year, so that's where I usually start.
Yeah,
you
they're
see
not going to
anything?
change that. Well, I'll tell you something that our buddy Matt Smith pointed out, Southern Pigskin, is that there are 0 non-conference games outside of September.
That's pretty traditional, though. I thought with the Big Ten, I thought they
Notre Dame sneaks into some of those schedules sometimes outside of.
But they usually Big Ten usually goes conference only at the end of the year, which is always something I like.
The one thing I always look at when these come out, Jim, is the early season games. The games when I am starving for football. What am I going to get? The Big Ten is actually going to give us a couple of week 0 games. Illinois is playing Wyoming.
That's the only one. Oh, I see one more. Okay.
And then Northwestern and Nebraska are playing in Dublin, Ireland, or at least they're scheduled to.
Yeah.
We lost that game last year, or the Nebraska portion of it. They were playing Illinois. We lost that due to COVID. I assume they're going to be able to play in Dublin, but who in the world knows anymore? And then I always look at week 1, too. What is a big Big Ten game week 1?
Well, one jumps out.
Ohio State's playing Notre Dame.
Yep.
Which was already on my radar. I knew about that one.
One that we talked about yesterday.
That's right. Marcus Freeman's first, well, I guess it's his second game as the head coach. Beyond that, there ain't a whole lot that's going to fire you up.
Well, I thought week 1, I thought Utah played at Florida.
No. This is just Big Ten.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Yeah, just the Big Ten here. The updated schedule they've released, but quickly you get into some more conference games. Not all conference at the end of the year because you get Purdue and Penn State there in week 2. And Washington State and Wisconsin. We just mentioned Cam Ward. That's on there for a week 2 game as well. And, of course, Penn State, the return game to Auburn, is a week 3 game. We already knew that was happening. So the Big Ten schedule is out there, and the big highlight really is how they've got things lined up with the conference games. And if you're wondering about Ohio State, which is going to be the favorite, do they play the big boys across the way in the other division? Yes, they do play Wisconsin. Wisconsin
at home.
Do play Iowa.
They play Iowa.
Yep.
At home.
Yep. So they get Wisconsin and Iowa from the other side, which is usually where you start and look to see if your division if it's going to be tough on the other side.
Ohio State's road trips, they start with 5 straight home games, which is kind of weird. Their road trips are at Michigan State, at Penn State, Northwestern, and Maryland. They've got 4 road games. That's not exactly a backbreaking road schedule.
It is not. Michigan returns to a home game this year. All right, 15 after of hour number 3 here, brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Chicken. We'll start the conversation here and continue it on throughout the show a little bit here. But if I said right now, top 5 coaches in college football, does Kirby Smart, after his national championship, is he in the top 5? Let's just ask that question.
I think he's number 3. I mean,
was he number 5 first? Was he in the top 5 before he won the national championship?
Yeah, I think so. In my opinion, I mean, I still, Nick Saban, Dabo Swinney, 1 and 2. And Dabo had kind of the off year this year, going 10 and 3. But those are 1 and 2. I think Kirby is solidified himself as number 3. Lincoln Riley and Ryan Day. I think those are your top 5.
Brown. Who was number 4?
Lincoln Riley.
Lincoln. I would put Ryan Day ahead of Lincoln.
How?
He's played for a national championship for one thing,
and he's not. I mean, he hasn't coached there. He hasn't coached as long as Lincoln, but I think Ryan Day's been maybe more consistent.
I'd put
Lincoln
Ryan Day
Riley
in front of Lincoln too. I don't think that's that big a deal.
I think Ohio State is a much better program than Oklahoma,
but it's in a much more difficult conference.
I get it, but I mean, 3 consecutive college football championships. College playoff appearances.
Ryan Day's first regular season loss was the Michigan game this year. Think about that. How long has he been the head coach at Ohio State?
3
now?
years.
3 years.
Yeah,
and
3
his
years.
first regular season loss came this year. I mean, he's been dominant.
Yeah.
And he's played for a national championship already, which is something Lincoln Riley hasn't not done.
But his personal opinion. So did Kirby change spots at all with this national championship?
Not really.
Was he fit?
But I do think he closed the gap on Dabo Swinney. I don't think he changed spots, but Dabo took a little bit of a step back this year, even though it was a 10-win season. Kirby took a step forward. I mean,
so you guys had Kirby ahead of Lincoln and
I did,
Ryan
yeah.
Day or Lincoln
Yeah.
before even the national championship.
I think Kirby was number 3, and I think he stays number 3. But I do think, in NASCAR terms, he's on the. Well, that's not really NASCAR terms. He's on the bumper of Dabo right now.
Yeah. So that's 5 guys. We seem pretty universal on that. Who's the next guy trying to break into that top 5?
It's probably Jimbo because he has a national championship. Almost every early top 25 that we went through yesterday has them close to the top 5. But Jimbo's got to be able to do something in the SEC. Again, to me, it was a one-off. I know he had some 10-win seasons at Florida State. Winning a national championship with Jameis was a little bit different.
Do you put Jimbo ahead of Brian Kelly?
Oh, I don't actually, no.
Yeah, I think I'd have Brian Kelly ahead of him. I mean,
and especially now with a better program.
Yeah. I mean, that's a guy that's been to 2 college football playoffs, and he's played for.
Yep.
The feel, though, for me, and I may be wrong, Farmfolio chat room can let me know, this LSU rebuild, can I even call it a rebuild? I mean, how stripped down is LSU? My feeling is that this is going to be a bumpy year for Brian Kelly, that there is a rebuild to happen.
24 months ago, like today, we were talking about, man, can't believe Orgeron was able to do this. He's such a good fit. It didn't look like it was going to work. It was a weird hire for them to get desperate and give Orgeron the job. But this looks like this is going to be a long-term. He might be the LSU's coach for the next 10 years.
You guys have better memory of mine. I read like 4 way too early yesterday. Was LSU in them?
I don't think so. I don't remember them being in a lot of them. I think a lot of people are probably influenced by the fact that they only had 37 scholarship players in the bowl game.
Yeah, I don't think they were in one.
So they probably, I think, in evaluating that roster, feel like that roster is way, 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 way down numbers-wise.
And that's my point.
Yeah.
This seems like it's going to be a little bit of a build. Now, that doesn't mean he's any less coach than we would perceive him to be. But obviously, Jimbo is stocked with talent. So the perception may change a little bit because A&M may win more games than Texas A&M, than LSU does immediately.
Assuming he stays in college football, when all these lists start coming out on the top coaches, Jim Harbaugh is going to vault back up after what he did this year.
Yeah.
And I don't have a problem with that.
No,
He beat Ohio State. He won the Big Ten. He took a team to the college football playoff.
Yeah, he'll be in the top 10.
Is he not going to get a head coaching job in the NFL?
Oh, I don't know. That's what I'm saying. Assuming he stays at college. I have no idea if he is. I think he is certainly in the running for a lot of them. And a lot of people think Ryan Day is considering that Chicago Bears job. I would still be surprised by that. But.
I would too.
Yep. And that's an interesting part of the carousel that will twist this week.
Yes.
If you lose Harbaugh and Ryan Day or either one of them,
or
both, those are 2 big jobs right there. And you talk about a slap in the face to the Big Ten, that would hurt where those programs are right now, losing those 2 guys.
Well, take your 2 best coaches out of the league
from your 2 best brands,
yeah.
right?
Yeah, no doubt.
Only thing that would hurt the Big Ten worse is if Ohio State and Michigan pulled a Texas and Oklahoma and left the conference, right? That's the only way it could be worse than you losing your 2 coaches leading those programs. In the ESPN, there's no LSU. So they're not in the way too early there.
I don't think you said LSU a whole lot. I think a lot of people are influenced by how small that bowl roster was and the quarterback spot. I mean, who's your starting quarterback at LSU next year?
And now I don't
know.
Who
knows?
Yeah.
Who knows?
And now you've had back-to-back bad years.
Yeah.
Yep. It's a great point. So Kirby not really changing his place, just closing the gap on Dabo as the 3rd best coach in college football, according to the guys here on the panel. When we come back, trash on the table as we continue on today. Part of the show being brought to you by the wonderful folks at Bromberg's.
If you're in the market in 2022 to pop the question, you need to go see our friends at Bromberg's. They are your diamond specialist. 2 great locations for you, Mountain Brook and the Summit. Family owned and operated since 1836. Bromberg's has established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry timepieces. Again, go see them. 2 locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit, and online, Brombergs.com.
John Morant with 29 last night. Grizzlies beat Golden State. The Grizzlies are legit. Hard to say for me. Grizzlies are legit. 3.5 games back for them, top seed out in the West. And John Morant is fantastic and looked that way last night. A lot of you don't watch the NBA. If you are watching it, Grizzlies, Bulls, and Cavaliers having sort of flip-around season. The Bulls have become a fun basketball team to watch as well. When we come back, you Auburn basketball people on social media, you have won basketball so far this year. Forrester has it queued up. We will introduce you that don't know yet to Auburn basketball Twitter. They blew up Alabama last night after the basketball team beat Alabama in Tuscaloosa. What happened online and trash is next.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters. It's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Excalibur Services, now a Train dealer, invites you to join their Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. The Excalibur Home Comfort Club benefits include free consultations, priority scheduling, summer and winter cooling and heating tune-ups, a yearly plumbing and electrical inspection, plus 15% off any repair. Ask about our limited time buy one, get two sale. Call us today at 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services, Alabama license number 15214.
Hey, Lance Taylor with the Next Round. I want to tell you about our guys at Chorus Smart Secure, local smart home security company in Hoover with over 200 5-star reviews. I made the swap from one of those big security companies to Chorus, and the cameras and automation are awesome. Tell them the Next Round sent you and receive a free Sonos soundbar with the purchase of any smart home system. Call Chorus Smart Secure today, 205-920-1020. That's 205-920-1020.
On the field or in the office, you need a solid team and a strong game plan if you want to beat the competition. Xerox Business Solutions Southeast offers everything from printers to managed IT services, as well as hybrid work hardware solutions through our titanium partnership with Dell. For championship-level office solutions, get Xerox Business Solutions Southeast into your starting lineup. Visit xbssoutheast.com/win. Touchdown!
I want my lawn to look better than anybody else's on my street. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Here's one problem. I play a lot of golf, but I'm not a greenskeeper. It's why I depend on my friends at Wayne's. And now is the time to make sure your lawn is properly prepared to grow healthy and lush when spring rolls around. Let the lawn professionals at Wayne's set you up for success as your lawn enters dormancy for the winter season. I depend on them for my lawn. You should too. Get Wayne's treating your lawn now so it looks great in the spring. 866-WAYNES-1. That's 866-WAYNES-1.
What are some signs that you may have a low testosterone problem? Is your energy down? Have your workouts not been the same? Do you have problems sleeping? All of these or one of these could be a sign of a low testosterone issue. Whatever the challenge, the Alabama Men's Clinic has a solution for you. I'd invite you to come by the Homewood location, get a medical consultation and some blood work. And if you're medically advised and you start your low T treatments that day in the office, your visit is free. Well, the next question would be this. How do I set up the appointment? You can do it 2 ways. One, by calling 205-598-7000. That's 205-598-7000. Or you can go to the website, alabamamensclinic.com. There's other signs that you could have a low testosterone problem, like a change in your libido, or maybe you're suffering from depression. Whatever is keeping you from feeling 100%, it's time you find out the answer. Again, call the number 205-598-7000 or go online to alabamamensclinic.com.
Hey, if you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717. Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa has been in business over 20 years. The James Anthony Agency.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Back with you on the next round. Auburn Twitter takeover in just a second. And then trash. My buddy Greg from Pell City wants to take over your roof right there in a good way. He wants to get up there. He'll hop on that roof and let you know whether or not you need any repairs at all or if your roof is in good shape. Greg from Pell City is his name, and that roof inspection is free, no cost to you, and no obligation at all. Just call Greg up, 205-542-3531, 542-3531. Here's what you're going to find out. Greg's a trustworthy guy. Good husband, father of a boatload of kids. He's been here forever, not going anywhere. You probably experience in these storms some out-of-state folks coming in trying to steal your money, scam you or whatever. Deal with local people, locally owned here, not some big corporation, locally owned. He's the owner, Greg from Pell City, Storm Restoration Roofing. They've got wonderful warranty programs. Insurance companies trust Greg. If Greg says you need this repair, the insurance company believes him. That means you're getting paid there from the insurance company. Also, A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau. Get that free no-cost inspection by calling Greg, 205-542-3531, 542-3531, or just use him on Facebook. Greg from Pell City on Facebook. Greg from Pell City, Storm Restoration Roofing. All right. Here's what happens on Twitter. All of you are not on Twitter, but this is what happens sometimes. And the Auburn Twitter folks are trying to ratio their opponents. You make a post like this one from Alabama. This is pretty common. The Alabama official basketball account posts the results of the game last night. Boom. So there's the results. Last night, this is their top one so far, 4,000 memes in 9 minutes is the response. Auburn basketball Twitter, undefeated. They take over, hit it, Forrester. They start sending things like this. And then it just floods in there, one after another. 4,000 memes in 9 minutes. And some of them are hilarious. Some of them are cutting. Some of them are inappropriate that we've edited those out. Cal Zombie is really funny.
Cal Zombie, I like it.
Bruce Pearl must be the moon, the way he controls the tide.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, really good. And just imagine one after another, two at a time, three at a time, 4,000 memes in 9 minutes, and it just goes on and on and on.
Well, first of all, you got to be really creative, and that seems like a lot of work.
It does.
It does. Bruce Pear is a good one too. A reoccurring. Some of these are reoccurring
He's
characters.
Bruce Pear because you can have his L.
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
Funny.
Yep. So it's a hilarious roll there. And then you get some GIFs as well. Forrester, drop the GIF for me, if you will.
Is that Bruce Pearl?
Yes.
Kicking Naos. And it's the crane kick, of course.
Of course, it's the crane kick. Which was rubbed Alabama fans the wrong way last night when you had the three Auburn basketball players in the crane pose.
Yeah. I think that's
court.
exactly what the Auburn fans wanted. The Auburn players wanted. Was to rub Alabama fans the wrong way. That's why you do it, right?
Video courtesy of ABC 3340, who was in the house last night, and you get the crane kicks from the players there as they all pose to the students and such.
Yeah.
Big win for Auburn as they get Alabama last night, 81-77. Return date coming down to Auburn here in a few weeks, and then good chance both of them play each other again in the SEC tournament. Who knows? Maybe in the NCAA tournament, too. All right, let's do Trash on the Table. Brought to you always by our friends at Mortgage Right. Rockstar, hit it, man.
Vision Cable. Hi, watch me beat Peter McNeely on Vision Cable Vision. Okay, now Comcast Cable. Hi, I'm Mike Tyson. Watch me beat Peter McNeely on Comcast Cablevision.
LT's Trash is presented by
Really
Mortgage
close,
Right.
Rocky.
Mortgages, done the right way.
By the way, that is a 6.5-minute video of him, and it's so uncomfortable because he is so frustrated because every time they'll say, they say Cox Cable. When they say Cox Cable, like they all start giggling and everything, and he cannot say Cox Cable. Like everything, and he inserts vision in half of them. He's so frustrated.
That's what I was going to ask you is how long did that session last?
Well,
6.5 minutes.
So you guys remember in Rocky 2. So is it Rocky 2? No, it's Rocky 3, right?
Where he's doing the
commercials.
Yeah,
he's doing like the perfume and all the things.
So
and
bad.
He can't get it right. But that's what I imagine with Mike Tyson.
Yeah.
Especially back in the day when he didn't have I don't even want to say he's media savvy now, but more media savvy.
He is more than he was.
Hey, new year, new you, new opportunity. If you're looking to start a big project, maybe consolidate some of the debt, free up a little funds, cash out refinance can get you where you need to be. And Mortgage Right is there to make the refinancing process a breeze. Ready to start the new year with more cash in your pocket? Then head on over to mortgageright.com/TNR, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. This is a pretty interesting list that Rockstar has compiled here. The 10 most unusual items confiscated by TSA in 2021. I'm going to give you the items in the airport they were confiscated.
Okay. I always wonder about this.
Number 1 was a chainsaw at the New Orleans International Airport.
Well, I'm not going to check it.
Yeah.
Can you imagine the guy putting it up on the little conveyor belt?
It's like Jason, he's got his mask on.
Oh, you can't take... You can't even take a butter knife on the plane, but chainsaw? Okay, sure.
I'll try that.
Number 2 is a wine holder shaped like a gun.
Oh, it's just a wine holder.
This one from Sacramento. Number 3, fireworks, the Syracuse Hancock International Airport. How about at the Reagan-Washington National? Number 4 on the list is a machete.
Ooh. It's a souvenir.
It was sheathed.
Yeah.
Number 5 from the Destin Fort Walton Beach Airport, which I've never been to before.
I have
you guys
not
ever
either.
flown in?
There was a rumor they were building a international one right between Destin and Panama City, basically near 38.
No, they built a big one in Panama City.
Yeah, but the rumor was it was going to be like a Hartsfield International type right there between them. It was going to international flights and going to open that, but I don't guess they ever did that.
I hope not.
Well, found at the Destin Fort Walton Beach Airport was bear spray.
Bear spray.
It's funny, when we left Montana, the Bozeman Airport, there's signs everywhere that says, do not bring bear spray past security point.
But no, a bear spray is for your safety. You spray the bear if it's close to you?
Yeah, it's big. It's a big bottle of repellent. It's like a big bottle of mace.
Yeah.
You take the top off and you spray it. You're supposed to wait until the bear gets within 30 feet of you to start spraying, which would make me really nervous. I had the bear spray.
About 35.
I'm going to start spraying at 60 and let him walk into it. Is what I'm
Hey, you had to, though. So I went out just to test it out in the front yard, and I sprayed a little bit. And right when I sprayed it, the wind caught and started coming this direction.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
So I'm running back in.
But see, that's a win for me because if the bear is coming, either it's going to work on the bear or it's going to blow back and work on me.
And I'm dead.
And I'm dead either way. So
they say it's 80% effective. I hate for the 20% it didn't work.
Our bad.
Number 6, a meat cleaver from the Harrisburg International Airport.
Real quick, though, bears coming after you. Which one do you more aggressively? There's no way you can be more aggressive spraying that bear spray than you were that string in my ear that day for my birthday.
Oh my God. So the aerosol died.
I know.
I was more confident spraying the stringy stuff.
And when the aerosol died, Lance continued to hold
it. Just in case there's some remnants.
There's still string in here. Yeah, but there's no more aerosol, my friend.
Number 7 from the Honolulu International Airport, a gun belt buckle. Number 8 from Hobby International in Texas. I've never heard of a meth burrito.
It's a burrito with meth in it.
How else can we deliver meth?
Number 9, an antique pistol from the Newark International Airport. And finally, in the Atlantic City International Airport, bullets and deodorant. Would you assume something is sketchy if somebody's packing bullets and deodorant?
In my right guard, I got bullets.
Okay, here was the story that I teased about 45 minutes ago. In a medical first, doctors have transplanted a pig heart into a patient in a last-ditch effort to save his life, and a Maryland hospital said Monday that he's actually doing well 3 days after the highly experimental surgery.
Can you still eat pork?
Is it called cannibalism?
That's what I'm asking. I don't know. I don't know the rules.
Now, while it's too long to see if the operation really will work and marks a step in decades-long quest to one day use animal organs for life-saving transplants, doctors at the University of Maryland Medical Center say the transplant showed that the heart from a genetically modified animal can function in the human body without immediate rejection. Now, the patient, David Bennett, 57-year-old Maryland handyman, knew there was no guarantee the experiment would work, but he was dying. He was ineligible for a human heart transplant, had no other option. His son told the Associated Press, quote, "It was either die or do this transplant. I want to live. I know it's a shot in the dark, but it's my last choice." Bennett said a day before the surgery, the FDA, which oversees such experiments, allowed the surgery under what's called a compassionate use emergency authorization, available when a patient with a life-threatening condition has no other options. I love the fact that it's working right now. I hope, as science continues to evolve, that, one day this is an option, but don't feel great about it.
I don't either. First off, I'm not really excited about them posing for this picture like they just caught
Do you think he's smiling under that mask?
Like they just caught a 7-pound, big mouth.
But that heart is bigger than I imagined. I don't know about you. I didn't know a pig heart was that big.
But a good question, Brent, is the reason we chose a pig heart here is because
it's like a human?
Is that the closest one to a human?
But if it
we
is,
had dissect in high school.
I thought we did a bamboo heart.
We did a baboon heart to a little girl,
yeah.
and I don't think she lasted very long.
But if this works, and I'm not even kidding here, think about how many pigs we slaughter for sausage and pork and all that.
And we probably don't use the heart.
Yeah, we just throw that all out. This is a win-win. We get a lot of pork, we get some hearts.
I think we always turn to the listeners. We're like the old, you want to be a millionaire, we poll the audience. I think they will tell you that the heart and those kind of parts end up in something we eat, sausages. And
you're not going to trust the farmer to cut the heart out before he slaughters the pig?
I bet we eat the heart and we don't know we're eating the pig's heart already.
I don't know if it was Indiana or Kentucky, but the gas stations we were stopping had the most per capita hot dogs I've ever seen on those little
hot dog rollers.
That last one last night. Before we know,
one of them started to finally look good to me.
No, it was the one we stopped for lunch on the way back. We filled up first. You and I went into the restroom. They had like the most rollers I'd ever seen. They had different things rolling.
Well, and they had different options for the bun. They had a pretzel bun. That's when it looked pretty good to me.
And they had a hot dog that was like an egg roll that was rolled.
Ooh.
Yeah.
This is a perfect transition. Snoop Dogg is planning a hot dog brand called Snoop Dogs.
Oh, why not?
We're
so
good.
Hot Dogs finally got Snoop Dogg to sell out.
Never sold out.
Yeah, finally.
Well, why not? It writes itself.
Now, 6 years after saying he ain't never, quote, eating an MFing hot dog again, Snoop Dogg is apparently planning to launch his own brand of hot dogs called Snoop Dogs, according to a recent legal filing at the Federal Trademark Office. Now, attorneys for the hip-hop legend applied last month at the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office for a federal trademark registration on the term Snoop Dogg, saying he plans to use it to sell hot dogs and other types of sausages. Now, he's already got a ton of stuff. He's got a cannabis company called Leafs by Snoop. He's also got Indogo Gin.
Do you think he's
got a cookbook that we saw at the Dirty Santa party?
Do you think he's made more on non-music ventures or on his music?
Probably music, but he's made a lot.
But just think of cameos he gets for movies or TV shows.
Yeah.
Well,
he would not have one without the other. I get that.
You guys remember before? There's a reason I'm bringing up girls. Back before everything was so accessible on the web, there was a thing called Girls Gone Wild, and they would do the infomercials. We had Joe Francis on from
prison.
Yeah, a couple
of
times.
You have 1 minute left in your call.
But his first celebrity endorser, I'll never forget, it was in New Orleans. He paid Snoop Dogg $1 million to do like a series of like interview videos, walk around, talk about the brand Girls Gone Wild.
Wow.
So, he was making $1 million 20 years ago doing things like that.
Dang, girl. Did he ever say that?
Oh, that's Snoop Dogg to a T.
Dang, girl.
Dang, girl. Would you like a Corona?
So, Pennsylvania State Police are looking for a 48-year-old man, Godfrey Heath. He's been reported missing on December 30th, 2021. Now, according to the state police, family member of Heath's reported that he had been not heard of or seen from for a year.
Now, the reason I say this, so imagine...
They waited the entire year to report him missing.
That seems like a long time.
Dunaway hadn't been to work in a year. It's like, hey, we might need to report.
Yeah.
This is getting kind of odd. I think a year's enough. We need to report
360 days we were okay with, but we hit 365. We're going to call the cops.
Should we knock on his door?
So a lot of people, particularly at this self-improvement stage of year, spend a great deal of time worrying about what makes them look old. Is it the bags under the eyes or the invisible triceps? No, the giveaway now is how you use your phone, according to this. You can absolutely carbon date yourself in one single exchange. If you leave voicemail, that makes you a boomer, according to the assorted experts. If you send a voice note, you are a millennial or Generation Z. If you trail off a text with This situates you right in the middle of Generation X. But if you ask a younger acquaintance what is so wrong with the ellipsis, you doubly age yourself. First, by using the ellipsis, and second, by knowing what it's called. Now, in the bracket 30 to 40, to call anyone at all without scheduling it first is considered incredibly old.
So, like me telling Lance I'm going to call you after the show, that's me making an appointment to call you ages me. I'm just letting you know I'm going to call you.
Also, as Boomer answer the phone the minute it rings, it's like a smoke alarm, they say. I still make phone calls. Date me.
What do they mean by a smoke alarm?
Like if you hear a smoke alarm, you immediately react to it. Yeah. If you see somebody calling you, immediately.
Because I know
one guy that just lets it ring.
My 17-year-old answers on half a ring. It's crazy. I mean, I know she's always got her phone with her, but it's like, hello.
But people call her?
No, I do.
Okay.
But I'll be honest. I answer if my phone. I don't answer first off if I'm on mute, which it is 98% of the time. I have learned, especially this weekend, I do not answer text on a fast pace. But if the phone is on, the ringer's on, and it rings, I answer fast out of a courtesy to everyone else. I don't want it to disrupt a meeting, a phone conversation, lunch, so I'll reach and grab it quick. So if you want, I'm reacting like a fire alarm, yes, but I'm going to grab it quick because I don't want the noise to disturb you guys.
But
I should have had it on mute.
I return text too quickly, I think.
Yeah. Sometimes I feel a pressure in a lot of situations to get it back quick.
I'm afraid I'm going to forget.
I always forget, especially if it comes during the show. I forget to respond. There are two things to me that make you look older by using a phone. Number one is if you accidentally leave the flashlight on. Like if you're just walking around and the flashlight's on your phone, that looks like an old man.
I've done it.
As have I. Number two, if your ringer is ever on, no offense to anyone that works on this floor personally, but if your ringer is ever on, like I cannot stand being in a restaurant and hearing a phone ring and people just let it ring.
That's my point. I never have it on.
I don't either.
Because to me, what we do, I think, for a living.
But I never have it on at home unless I'm waiting on a call from one of my kids that are out and I need to be there for them in an emergency. But on a day-to-day basis, the phone is not on for me, the ringer, because the phone is a convenience for me, not for you.
No, I get it.
It's my convenience.
The number one, to me, to show somebody's old with a phone is if they wear it like a sheriff, if they got a holster.
You don't see those much anymore.
Yeah.
Or it's a friend of yours that leaves a voicemail that says, "Hey, Lance, it's Rockstar. I know who it is.
Yeah, I got it
I know
right
who
here.
you are. I got you right. I got to let I have a missed call."
You know, a weird thing they do in movies that I've never done is, "Hey, it's me, just leaving you a message." They do that on movies all the time. Have you ever noticed that? Like if you're leaving a message on a movie, they always say, "Hey, it's me. I was just checking in on you."
Because only two of them exist in that world.
Hey, it's me.
Yeah. All right, that is Trash Today, brought to you by.
Hey, the new year's here, and so is your chance to make the most of your home. Our friends at Mortgage Right, they've got the perfect solution for empty pockets. Cash Out Refi. With the Cash Out Refinance, you can fund your new year by taking advantage of home equity, and the best part is you can use the cash to pay for anything. Experts at Mortgage Right will guide you through every step of the way and make getting extra cash easy. Get started online. Go to mortgageright.com/TNR NMLS 2239 Equal Housing Lender.
All right. When we come back, more college football for you. A little NFL in the final hour. Barrett Jones and Doug Gottlieb on Auburn's big win last night. All still ahead today on TNR.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
There's no better way to kick off the new year than by getting your finances in order. And our friends at Mortgage Right can help you beef up your bank account with ease. With a cash out refinance, you can pay off your debt or make that important purchase by taking advantage of your home equity. Don't miss out on the chance to make your home work for you. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to make the most of this opportunity today. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239 Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
The tradition of giving fine art continues with the Daniel A. Moore Alabama Christmas Gift Pack, including the new 2022 Crimson and White Fine Art Calendar, featuring some of the most honored former Alabama players, one collegiate classic fine art print signed by the artist, and your choice of 4 Daniel A. Moore beverage mugs, all for only $79, a $115 value. Order now at danielmooreart.com or by calling 1-800-735-2787.
Banking is not just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Brian Brown here from The Next Round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA. Stay up to date with The Next Round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Back with you on The Next Round. Cowan Equipment brings us our poll questions every day. Brown just sent one out.
We got some, baby.
And it's never for me. Cowan Equipment, and then Brownie updates us on the polls.
Yeah, if you're having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment, check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from the rental fleet. For sale now, visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 1-800-239-COWAN for more information.
What is your current expectation for Auburn men's basketball? Final Four, 54%. Elite 8, 24%. Out in the first weekend, 12%. Sweet 16, 10%. So most voters say Elite 8, Final Four, they look like that type of team.
It was a high bar, man.
It is a high bar, but they look like that type of team.
No, they do. Look, I think they are one of the, I said it a few days ago, I think they're the best team in college basketball right now. But we know seeding is so important. Matchups are so important.
No doubt.
Dunaway, you said it. I totally agree. We've agreed for years. Most difficult championship to win is, once you get to the NCAA tournament, having to win 6 of those games.
To your point, and we mentioned this in passing earlier, until they lost to Virginia, the toughest game Auburn had that entire run was New Mexico State in the first round.
As far as the closest of games.
Yeah.
But remember, what were they, a 4 or 5 seed that year? I think they were 5, I think. And this
it
year,
was a 5-12.
Let's just say that things play out. They're a 1 seed. So you get a layup in round 1. That's done. You beat a 16. Then you get an 8 or 9. That's pretty much a layup. So you really, at that point, have to beat 4 really good teams.
It gets real after that.
But still a high bar.
What is your current expectation for Alabama men's basketball? 50% say out in the first weekend. 44% say Sweet 16. And 3% each for Elite 8 and Final Four. Very different poll results there for those two after last night's game. By the way, a game that was a tie ball game with, 30 seconds to go. But you see two teams going in different directions. How often is your cell phone ringer on? 52% say never. 33% say sometimes. 10% say often. 5% say always. I guess I'd have to go sometimes. There is the rare occasion that I know a call is coming and I don't want to miss it. So I'll turn it on for that moment.
But
that's very rare.
It's maybe one day a year.
Yeah. But if Leighton is out and she's supposed to come to your house, or she's just out, if she's going to drive to the beach, and she says, "Dad, would you keep your phone on just in case I need to talk to you?" You'd have the ringer on.
Well, but if I try to call Leighton, it goes straight to voicemail.
I'll give you an example.
Like she shoots me to voicemail. Does yours shoot you to voicemail?
No, she answers on half a ring.
Oh, mine shoots me to voicemail.
If I go,
need to have a dog.
If I go,
well, don't call her.
But like I'm out of town in Indianapolis, for instance, and I know my family is back home without me. I sleep with my ringer on, just in case something happens at night.
Exactly.
That's those are the rare times I will.
That's
turn
right. When you decide you need to receive a call, you turn on the ringer.
Yeah, and I hope to God it never rings, obviously. But my family's in one place and I'm in another. Yeah.
There we go. Next time we're out of town. 2:30 in the morning, we're calling Brown's phone just to see what happens.
No. What I need is my family to call you next time we're out of town. Because if they try to call me, they're probably not going to get me.
Yeah, I'm not swearing.
I think we've learned they better not call me because I'll respond 2 hours later.
Right.
Hey, everything okay? Well, we needed you 2 hours ago. That would have been great. Would have been great.
Another old man thing. Smuff says that's what VIP settings are for. So I can. Oh gosh.
What is a VIP setting?
Oh, I'm about to sound really, really old here. But if somebody can answer this question. So I can leave my phone on silent.
Except for special people.
Except for VIPs where it rings through. Is that the way that works, Rockstar?
I don't know. That's another thing. I don't keep it on by my bedside because if I'm group text, I don't want it 2 in the morning. Boop.
No, I'm with you. But
text messages. I don't want that.
So that's what Smuff is. I think is telling us is that we can have it on silent.
So
can you tell the audience what I rarely get to teach anybody.
I was going to bring up 3 things. So I've learned now there's a VIP setting.
Yeah, I don't know what it does though.
I've learned there's hidden photos, and I've learned that on this iWatch or Apple. What is it? Hell, it's an Apple Watch.
Apple Watch.
Yeah, I got it for Christmas, and I learned last night when I was charging my phone that Dunaway said I was like, man, I was like, the font's too small. I can't type. I can't text on this.
He was
thing.
trying to text like this.
Rockstar. I immediately thought of you.
Every word was misspelled. I couldn't get past one word without misspelling.
I immediately thought of you, Rockstar, because I'm driving and Dunaway is doing
the potholes.
No. Listen to this. Listen. Dunaway is doing a tutorial on Lance on how to voice text on his watch.
Hit the iPhone. Hit the icon.
What?
Now
I'll be Lance. You do you. I'll be Lance.
Okay. How do you do it, Dunaway?
How do you do it?
Yo. Hit the icon, the text icon.
Okay.
The hell's an icon?
No, listen.
Okay, now, who do you want to send it to? Hit that. Boom.
Where's that?
Yep. Okay, now, you see that microphone? Hit the microphone and just say. And what do you think? It's like, what was the great Alexander Graham Bell?
This thing's incredible, though, because it was pretty accurate.
It's open his world.
Because I ended up having to send 5 texts, and I think only one, it didn't register the right way.
So Alexander Graham Bell, when he was inventing the telephone, said what to Watson?
Can you hear me?
I think it was my guy Watson. We've done it or something.
No, I think it was can you come to the other room?
Yeah, okay.
Something like that. So his test text back to me was, yo, what was it? Yo.
I don't like yo okay.
Yeah,
yo okay.
And then he caps it off by saying, Dunaway, this is a great development by you. I was like, well, I'm not Steve Jobs.
I didn't invent it.
I didn't invent it.
No, but it's pretty incredible that it knows words, that it knows a lot of slang too.
Oh, good. That's
that's really important.
The slang options off.
All right. This hour of great programming brought to you by our friends at Champy's, world famous fried chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Chicken on a stick, man. If you've never had that, so convenient, especially if you're having an office meeting or something. You're not maybe eating big, full-breasted fried chicken.
Yeah.
You like it on a stick.
I'm a titties guy.
You like it on a stick with peppers. That's what you get. The chicken on a stick there. The Mississippi Delta tamales.
Unbelievable.
Fantastic recipe there. They're the best I've ever had. Chicken, champieschicken.com, champieschicken.com. Sterling will take care of you. Those full-breasted chicken plates and so much more right there at Champy's Chicken. When we come back, Barrett Jones talking football.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
The real estate market is crazier than it's ever been before. I'm Jim Dunaway, and my friends at ERA King have 52 years of experience, over 200 agents, and they're opening new offices right now in Homewood, Vestavia, and Huntsville. ERA King has state-of-the-art offices and the most innovative tools in the business to help you. Text the word MOVE to 35260 to get started. That's the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Hello, Vulcan here. Can we talk? Sure, I'm the biggest thing in Birmingham, being 56 feet tall, but big isn't always better. It's what you're big on. Like the great community banking at First Bank's new financial center in Homewood. Their reputation for customer service towers. Bank where you stand tall, without birds perching on your head. No, they're building a nest.
First Bank, now open at 404 Hollywood Boulevard. Member FDIC.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover, near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them The Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
After years searching for a classic jacket that was functional in the field and the city, Tom Beckby couldn't find one he liked, so he decided to make his own. Since designing that first jacket in 2015, Tom Beckby has continued to draw inspiration from natural settings to produce classic outdoor equipment with time-tested rugged materials. Visit the brand new Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village, a local business with the goal of outfitting you for the outdoors here in Alabama and wherever the road takes you. Mountain Brook Village or online tombeckby.com. That's Tom, BECKBE.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Final hour of the show. We'll be talking to Barrett Jones in a second. He'll join us as well. And he may be using his wife's computer today. The Katie Jones name popped up on the screen there. We'll talk to Barrett about a little college football, the aftermath of the Georgia National Championship coming up in a second. Your headlines: number 4, Auburn beats Alabama last night, 81-77, ending a 17-game home win streak for Alabama. It extends the nation's longest win streak right now for Auburn to 12 straight games. They're tied with Davidson. The 11th win all time for Auburn over in Tuscaloosa. Jaleel Billingsley into the portal from Alabama. So too is Drew Sanders, who I think can play anywhere. So a real big loss for Sanders there. Just Alabama has so much talent in front of him, he's going to go get some playing time. Auburn gets some veteran offensive linemen back in Troxell and Brahms. They're coming back to keep playing again. And the Tide loses a DB coach to Oklahoma. Jay Valai is going to go join up with Brent Venables there. Bill O'Brien's interviewing for jobs. The coaching carousel continues on now in the National Football League. We don't know if there's still another big move with Jim Harbaugh opening up the Michigan story. All that as we leak our way towards the the NFL playoffs this weekend. But right now, we need to look back in the rearview mirror with our man Barrett Jones.
We do. He is presented with us when he joins us by Gus's World Famous Fried Chicken. He grabbed some on the way home tonight for the family. 2201 2nd Avenue South. Online, GusFriedChicken.com. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What's up, Barrett? How are you?
How are we doing, guys? Yeah, sorry for my different location. We're battling a little family cold today.
Uh-oh. Well, that's all right. We don't care where you join us from, just that you join us.
What? Don't violate my HIPAA and ask me any further questions.
Okay, I'll move it right along. I will not do that. I wanted to ask you, because I knew you were there as a fan, what were your thoughts on that game and that venue? I really liked Lucas Oil Stadium.
Yeah, I did too. I liked it a lot. I thought it was great. It was definitely cold. That was probably my only negative feedback, was just that, if I'm going to be really spoiled, and I would love to go to, Miami or New Orleans or Dallas or LA or somewhere where it's a little warmer. But I thought it was really cool. And I think Indy's a pretty cool town. So I enjoyed it. I thought it was something different. And you're right. It's a tremendous venue. And one of the most underrated stadiums out there.
Look, I know you were disappointed, a former player that's won multiple national championships. And I know, you're professional when you're broadcasting, but when you're a fan and you get caught up in the moment. But when you reflect, talking to some different Alabama fans, Barrett, I mean, they respect just how this season unfolded and where this team ended up. And, you've had so many championships in the past. I think Alabama fans can still enjoy 2021 and a lot of these accomplishments.
Yeah, there's no doubt. I mean, obviously, first of all, you're right. I was very clear. I had like 3 different A's, on my chest. I was not pretending. I know some analysts they're too cool to, kind of pretend like they're Bama fans. If I'm not working the game, look, I'm a Bama fan. All right, I played at Bama. Let's be honest. So I was sold out. There was no doubt who I was rooting for in the game. But yes, I agree with you. I think it's, I've said it many times, and I might still believe it, that it was Coach Saban's greatest coaching job ever. I thought he did a fantastic job. I mean, one thing that hasn't, I don't think, been talked about enough. Obviously, we all know about the 2 wide receivers. But, I mean, they were missing their 2 starting corners, too. I mean, that's a big deal, especially when you're playing a national championship game. And why Georgia waited until the 4th quarter to start throwing at those corners, I have no idea. But they did it at the right time. So I thought the toughness, I thought when Jameson Williams went out, I think we all probably were like, oh, okay, it's probably over. But I thought the fight and the battle from Bryce Young in particular, man, I got to just take my hat off to Bryce Young. I thought he was absolute nails, man. I did. He had some unbelievable throws in that game that will never show up on a stat sheet. It felt like there were 4 or 5 opportunities for somebody to make a play for him. And unfortunately, I think a lot of those guys are going to be really good players, but they didn't make them in those big-time moments. I mean, he put some balls in some great locations. Even that play right before the interception, I thought was an outstanding throw to Ja'Cory Brooks down the right sideline that he should have gotten 2 hands on and probably brought in. I think we all know about the Ajay Hall catch. The Latu touchdown should have been an easy touchdown. I mean, there were several instances where it felt like, the game could have swung the other way. So I thought he hung in there and made some unbelievable throws. And I think that was kind of, in a lot of ways, just the team went with him, especially in the later half of the season. They all battled, stayed in there. And so certainly, there's no moral victories when you've won that many national championships, especially. But I thought it was an outstanding effort, and Coach Saban, I'm sure, is proud of the way those guys battled. There was no give up. There was a lot of fight out there.
Yeah, including Jamison Williams, who wanted to go back on the field with a torn ACL. Despite money that's on the table for him with the NFL. I feel the same way about the fight of that team there. Barrett Jones is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, suffering from...
There was only one guy who I'm not sure about his overall effort, and he's in the transfer portal, so I'm not even going to talk about
wow. Yeah. You're not alone in that one. Don't worry.
Well, when you're when you're a quarterback and you throw it into coverage, you expect your guy to go fight for it, right?
I am just really glad I did not have to watch that player anymore, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
That's all.
So Barrett Jones is with us suffering from viruses 1 through 18. We will not go any further than 1 through 18. Barrett Jones is with us here today. The Tide looking forward now. All right. So next year, I think part of the comfort level Alabama fans have leaving the stadium is everyone's projected number 1 team next year is Alabama. It's not like that felt like the end. In fact, all the young people that were playing, all the replacements were playing, almost was fueling in to what is expected to be an unbelievable roster in 2022. Do you feel the same way that the experience that the DBs got, the experience the linebackers got, like Dallas, Turner, and those guys, that all fuels and feeds into what 2022 could end up being?
Absolutely. I mean, I think, first of all, you start with the guys who are the core players all year. I thought the best players on the whole roster probably were sophomores, this year. Obviously, you got Bryce Young and Will Anderson. Those guys are sophomores. There's some other really good sophomores. A guy who I talked about, I think Brian Branch is going to be a stud next year. He's a sophomore. I mean, there's just so many good players in that class. To me, the one, big question is going to be receiver. And obviously there's a ton of talent there. I mean, a ton. But the run at receiver that Alabama has been on has been unbelievable. I mean, it's if there's another run like that, I don't remember it. And it's been incredible how many first round guys they've had, and how many of those guys they've turned into just awesome players. So, will one of those guys step up next year? Probably. Or will there be some guy transfer in? That's another possibility now in this world that we live in. By the way, don't forget Eli Ricks is going to be added to that secondary.
Yes.
Too, coming in from LSU. That's a big deal. So I think this should be a really good team next year. Absolutely. Defensively, there's a whole lot to be excited about. I mean, Dallas Turner, that's a great one that you listed there. He really grew up in that game. I thought had some unbelievable moments. I mean, that's going to be two very ferocious guys on both ends next year. Obviously, there's question marks as to who will come back. That'll be settled out, but there will be a ton of talent on this roster, and certainly a lot to be excited about if you're Alabama on both sides of the football. And also, you'd hope that offensive line wise, there was such a good class last year that some of those young guys like J.C. Latham, who we saw a little bit in that Cincinnati game, will step up and be good players. So I would say the hopes are very high, and not to mention you got the Heisman Trophy quarterback coming back. That certainly doesn't hurt.
Barrett Jones is with us, presented by Gus's World Famous Fried Chicken, 2201 2nd Avenue South in Birmingham. Find them online, GusFriedChicken.com. That's GusFriedChicken.com. This is a Alabama and Georgia question, but for Kirby Smart in Georgia, and I know you get probably tired of hearing about the 2010 team, but a lot of people bring up the 2010 team because it was so talented, but it was, maybe you could disagree with this, Barrett, you're part of the team. Was it the hangover of winning that first national championship for such a proud program? And is that something Georgia faces? How does Kirby Smart avoid that? He's going to lose a lot of players, but that hangover of everybody telling you how amazing it is that you finally won that championship, that's a huge challenge for him.
Yeah, it was a challenge. I think that a lot of guys, came with the idea of winning a championship, and then obviously after 2009, you lose some good players, and it almost felt like the guys that were still there, maybe we weren't quite as collectively focused on winning a championship. We got a little more concerned about where we're going to go in the draft, that kind of thing. Not in a super negative way. It just wasn't the same kind of drive and focus as they had in 2009. And I think anybody you talk to, I mean, it takes everybody being on the same page if you want to win a national championship. You've got to have one singular focus of trying to get better every day, win each game, and obviously win a championship. So it is very hard. It's very hard to deal with success, very hard to repeat. And obviously that'll be, now Kirby Smart will get to deal with those troubles again. I think I've told this story on here before, but since 2010 happened, we won in 09, didn't win in 10, won in 11. And I'll never forget team meeting 3 days after the national championship, the day before the parade. And Coach Saban brings us there, minus the seniors weren't there. And he said, all right, guys, hey, rear view mirror, we got to rip it off. I don't want to hear one more thing about the 2011 season. We're on to 2012. And we're sitting there thinking, we haven't had the parade yet. We're already having to move on. Like, come on. But he's like, no, we're never gonna let that happen like it did in 2010. Nobody's allowed to talk about it. You can talk about it at the parade, but after the parade, I don't want to hear one more person mention 2011. And we were like, man, we'd like to enjoy it at least. I know we got the 24-hour rule, but at least it'd be nice to have a week. But so that was it was an immediate grind and focus. I think that's kind of how he's operated ever since. So it does take a whole new level of focus. And you've heard him say it before. You end a little bit of a later date than everybody. So the time between you're done and you get started again, it's pretty short. You don't have very long before all of a sudden you find yourself in the fourth quarter program running sprints thinking, oh my goodness, we just won the national championship and here we go again.
Barrett, one of the coolest moments Monday night, I didn't even see it until Tuesday, was post-game video in the press conference with Nick Saban and Bryce Young and Will Anderson. And the moderator said, Bryce and Will, thank you for your time. They stand up. Nick Saban gets them to sit down, holds their hand for a second, and talks about how special they are. And it was kind of that dad moment that a lot of people, have retweeted and resent out and have been talking about. And not to, get too personal or private, it seems like Nick Saban has changed a little bit. I think you've even alluded to that on this show. But has Nick Saban always had that relationship with his players, current players and former players?
I think to a certain degree, but he's certainly changed in the way he expresses it. I think there's no doubt about that. If you go back and look, I mean, he I think has started to think more about the impact he's having on these guys. Not that he didn't think about it before, but I think, as you get older, it's just natural to think about the legacy you're leaving and the impact you're having. And so I do think it was really cool to see that. And, I think it was also a combination of that and just how proud he was of those guys genuinely. I mean, this probably was the only time in the last, maybe at least since 2009, where you watched a game and you felt like at most position groups, the other team's probably better, which is a really unusual feeling for Alabama. Now, and look, they still could have won the game late. I mean, it was a really good game. And so there was almost a sense, I think, that, man, they really did battle as hard as they could and obviously fell short at the end. So it was a really, really cool moment. I'm with you. And I think that's probably something that you're seeing more and more of as Coach Saban gets a little older.
At the Ringer today, they write a story about Georgia is no longer chasing Alabama, that Kirby has built an Alabama-like program in Athens. For that to happen, it's got to be sustainable. It can't be just a one-off like a lot of championships have been, LSU, Auburn, going back for a ways now. Is Georgia sustainable? Is what Kirby is doing, is that sustainable?
Absolutely. I mean, it's certainly sustainable. I mean, I told my wife that as we were leaving the stadium, I said, look, this is going to be an every year kind of thing now. Look, and the first sign is very obvious. It's recruiting. I mean, I know that people like to say, oh, look, I was a 2-star and, J.J. Watt ended up being a first-round draft pick. And that's great. And, for every one of those, there's 1,000 people that don't really turn out to be that good players. So if the more 5-stars you recruit, the better off you're going to be. That's the reality. And they're recruiting at a pretty aggressive clip right now. So Georgia's going to be there for a long time. And I think they're going to build something over there that's pretty special. And we're going to have a lot more really special games between Alabama and Georgia over the next few years. And hey, now the next thing that's hitting Georgia, it's already started, that's hit Alabama, is going to be the staff turnover. I mean, the same kind of thing's going to start to happen there that you've seen in Alabama. You already saw it with Dan Lanning, who I'm a big fan of, getting the job at Oregon. So they're going to be dealing with the same problems for sure. But yes, Kirby's done a great job of building something that's going to be around, in my opinion, for a long time.
All right, he's Barrett Jones. He's presented each week by Gus's world-famous fried chicken, 2201 2nd Avenue South, online, gusfriedchicken.com.
Nobody will ever give me credit because we've got in queue over here, Barrett. I extended my question to you about Georgia, gave you time to sneeze and get back into the camera there. That was a
thank you.
Yeah.
I do. Thank you for pointing that out.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, I mean,
Barrett, do you have any further thoughts on how professional Jim is?
You're battling through it today, and I appreciate
Thank you
that.
for being so professional, Jim. I
just pointing it out. I mean, who's going to pat me on the back? I mean, you guys weren't even paying attention.
Hey, Jim, I don't know if you guys ever read the 5 Love Languages book before, but Jim is certainly a words of affirmation guy. Okay?
For my own self. Nobody loves me 1,000%. Nobody loves me more than me.
Great job. Yeah. Look, I don't know if I'm coughing from, whatever I got going on or from the brain sample that someone took of me a few hours ago. But anyway, you guys, if you've had your brain sample taken, it's, what I'm talking about. It's a deep.
Well, they don't do that for COVID 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, all the way to 18.
Jeez.
I don't know, man.
Oh, my.
Yeah.
All right, Barrett. Thank you for the time. Get to feeling better. We always appreciate it.
Hang in there, man.
Thank you for your professionalism, everyone except for Jim.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hey, man, it's okay.
That's very unlike you, Jim. You've changed.
We're all in the same. We were all in the same enclosed building. So
we didn't even talk about the basketball game last night.
We did not. I didn't figure you wanted to.
Well, we know how you feel.
An upsetting game. That wasn't kidding. That was a good game. But all right, we'll talk later. Good to have you guys on here. Excuse me. Good to be on here with you guys. Got a little brain fog. And we'll talk soon.
All right, take care. That is Barrett Jones with us.
We love you.
Presented by Gus's World Famous Fried Chicken. Barrett, like all of our guests, appeared on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
All right, we roll on. When we come back, we'll do a 3 and Out, and still to come, Doug Gottlieb scheduled to be with us at 12:30. That's all straight ahead right here on the show. That's being brought to you by Rockstar's guy, Adam Mestre.
It's Adam Mestre at MD Realty. Adam is a third-generation realtor who was born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you? Why rent when you can buy? Thinking of selling your house in the spring? You need to act now because January is one of the busiest months when it comes to listing your home. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
Billy Napier got Rob Sell to be his offensive coordinator. He will not have Damian Pierce as his running back. The Florida running back is one guy on his way to the National Football League. We're on our way to a break. We'll do 3 and Out when we come back on the NFL playoffs. Stay with us.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now, you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459.
New year, new you, new opportunity. If you're looking to start a big project, consolidate some debt, or free up funds, a cash-out refinance can get you what you need. And Mortgage Right is there to make the refinancing process a breeze. Ready to start the new year with more cash in your pocket? Then head on over to mortgageright.com/TNR. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. A good locally owned company. mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters. It's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood. When it came to furnishing the new facilities here at the Next Round, there was only one call we made, and that was to Richie Hamer at Business Interiors right here in Birmingham. Richie and Business Interiors have a true passion for interiors and the talent to bring the client's vision to life. Through their vast selection of great designer furniture, Richie and BI will stop at nothing to make the experience great for the client. Repeat clients trust Richie and Business Interiors because he does what he says, and the guys will deliver on their promises. Leave it to Richie and Business Interiors to incorporate creativity into every space in your corporate setting. To set up an appointment, call Richie today. 205-837-2497. That's 205-837-2497. Or just go visit Richie at the BI showroom today. They're located 2309 5th Avenue South in Birmingham. Again, the entire studios here at the Next Round furnished by our friends at Business Interiors. Go see them today, 5th Avenue South in Birmingham.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
3 and Out every day on the show is brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Yeah, 4 great locations for you. Anything you need bumper to bumper, these guys can handle. Make sure you stop in and see them. You need to get that car winterized, they can handle that as well. Again, for more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
More rushing yards in the playoff game between Las Vegas and Cincinnati. The first one out of the gate Saturday, 3:30 on NBC. Josh Jacobs or Joe Mixon?
You know, people are going to say Joe Burrow, I mean, has just been on this incredible run right now. And the quarterback, you know, Carr is decent. Burrow is becoming what looks to be an elite quarterback. And I think Joe Mixon, I think I've said this before, I think he might be the most underrated running back right now in the NFL. I'm going to go Mixon.
Yeah, I think that's the right call right there for all the things you said. And he has kind of had if you can, an under-the-radar year for them.
Really fun game. First one out of the gate on Saturday. Let's do second down.
Second down.
Different games, but 2 Alabama quarterbacks here, Alabama/Oklahoma. More passing yards. Mac Jones, Saturday night against Buffalo. Or Sunday at noon, Jalen Hurts for the Eagles against the Buccaneers. Who throws the ball for more yards?
And it's going to be Jalen Hurts, and it's going to be conditions. The last time we saw Mac play in Buffalo, he attempted 3 passes. And I'm going to tell you right now.
That was because of the wind. The wind's only going to be 10 miles an hour, but
the temperature in Buffalo on that Saturday night, right?
Single digits, wind chill below 0.
It's going to be 4 degrees.
Yeah, wind chill below 0 for the game.
I think this is easy, Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, I mean, I saw them talking to Josh Allen about that. And he's like, hey, yeah, it is. But he essentially said it is what it is.
Yeah, we're playing it all the time.
We're playing it all the time. I prefer not to do it, but this is when they put the game. We got to play the game there.
Yeah. Meanwhile, it's new for Mac.
Yeah.
Josh has gone through it.
Yeah. I think I'll go Mac Jones.
Yeah, it's a tougher call. I think
it is.
I think he'll have some success, but that ball gets really slick and hard. When it's cold out there and maybe a little moist.
Third down.
Best quarterback in the Cardinals-Rams game that ends the weekend. Is it Kyler Murray or Matt Stafford, LT?
Well, you know, neither one's had an opportunity or neither one's won a postseason game yet. But, you know, Kyler's hasn't been in the league nearly as long. Stafford's 0-3 right now in the postseason. This will be Kyler's first opportunity to do that. Oh, man, I think Stafford, I'm going to jinx this. I'm going to say Stafford's the better quarterback. I don't think that'll necessarily equate to the win. The more I look at the Rams secondary situation, and I've got to bring this up when we get done with the 3 and outs, who they've added to their roster in the last couple of hours.
Let's do that in the final segment after we do Doug Gottlieb next.
But I think Kyler will probably outplay him.
Yeah. All right, Brown?
I think I would go Kyler Murray here, too. I think this is going to be an offensive shootout, Rams and Cardinals. It's the game I'm most excited about Monday night because I just think they'll be up and down the field. So I think I'll go Kyler Murray.
4th down.
Best team that gets eliminated this weekend?
I think it's the Cowboys.
I think it might be my Rams.
Oh, no.
Yeah, the only saving grace there is Cliff Kingsbury's on the other sideline.
Yeah.
So I'll stay away from my game just to take any emotion out of it. I think it's the Patriots.
Yeah, I think it's the Cowboys, best team that gets eliminated this weekend, and that is 3 and Out, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Again, 4 locations, anything you need bumper to bumper for you and your family, the tires, the wheel alignment, everything they can handle. Get into one of those locations today, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
And when we come back, Doug Gottlieb is on the show. This is the... Is it really? For real?
Yeah.
Okay, well, then no rush then. Your opportunity then. I called yellow early.
No, just let me bring this up real quick. Okay. Rockstar, do you remember Eric Weddle?
Oh, yeah.
He played with a big beard.
Yeah, so he's 37. He's been coaching Little League football from what I remember a couple of years ago. Anyway, he was a Rams captain for Sean McVay in 2019, retired after that, after having really good years with the Chargers, having a year or two with Baltimore. Because Jordan Fuller has now broken the ankle, you've got Taylor Rapp is in concussion protocol. The secondary's a mess right now. They have signed Eric Weddle to come in and play Monday night against Kyler Murray. I can't imagine 37-year-old Eric Weddle in space trying to make a tackle on Kyler Murray after he's been coaching his kids' Little League team.
Have you seen pictures of him? Is he in shape? Like, have you seen anything?
I mean, they wouldn't sign him if he weren't in shape.
To the playing shape.
He's a workout freak kind of guy, but he can't be in playing shape.
Yeah, you can't go to do what you're asked to do from being out that long. But
oh my God, is he starting?
I don't think he's starting. I think it's just depth right now.
But he'll get on the field.
He'll get on the field.
Yeah. Which is mind-boggling.
Yeah, I think Scott and Burgess will start.
You think he can keep up with Christian Kirk?
I mean, Jalen Ramsey might have to play some safety this weekend. I don't think he can keep up with anybody on the field, Brown. I really don't. I mean, I am blown away. Don't you think that there has got to be something or somebody out there that has been released from a team this year that is still playing safety in the game?
Or in somebody's practice squad. I don't know what the rules are when it comes to finding somebody.
And that might be it, but it might be because the Rams, he retired a Ram, that they still have the rights to him and they're able to sign somebody.
Yeah, that is weird. In the Farmfolio chat room, Blake says, Stafford has made the playoffs? Yeah, I mean, in the 2011 BCS trip to New Orleans, it was Detroit and New Orleans that year. It was Stafford and the Saints while we were there.
And they got beat.
Yeah, he doesn't have a playoff win, right?
He doesn't have a playoff win.
I think they almost beat the Cowboys. He's 0-3 in the postseason, I know for a fact.
So they made 3 trips to the playoffs.
Which is pretty impressive with Detroit, right?
Yeah. Lock of the day, you have that yet?
I do, yeah.
Okay, lock of the day every day here on the show. Hey, a pretty nice slate of basketball games tonight, including Duke at Wake Forest. Duke's ranked, Wake Forest is not, but it's a tricky game for Duke on the road there. Is that Greenville? North Carolina?
What, Wake Forest?
Yeah.
Winston-Salem.
Winston-Salem, that's
When
right.
is the last time Duke played?
Oh, that's a good question. I haven't been keeping up with COVID cancellations.
They had a bunch. I think they ended up playing Virginia Tech, though.
Okay, so
they got real choppy for them.
Duke and Wake Forest is part of the slate tonight. I assume you're going college basketball?
I am going college hoops. So tonight, LSU takes on Florida. LSU has played 3 consecutive ranked SEC teams. They've only got 1 loss. LSU's sitting at 14-1 right now. Florida 0-2 right now in conference, 9-5. They're unranked, so obviously this will be the first LSU team that they've played in the SEC that is not ranked. I was looking earlier. Florida has started 0-2 in the SEC for the first time since 2009-2010. I don't think they dropped to 0-3. I think they hand LSU their second loss tonight. I like Florida -2.5 in Gainesville. That's your lock tonight.
All right, there are the lights going on. Man, when it's red, those white lights on these permanent non-Christmas trees that we have here, they look. It looks really good.
Is that what they're called? The permanent non-Christmas trees?
That's their
on the label.
They're conifers.
Yeah. The permanent non-Christmas trees. That's the lock brought to you by Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing. The folks at Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing, including Jeremy Purvis, is the plumber I've always told you need to have on standby. One great SEC coach once told me, got to have a good plumber on standby. It's a life hack is what that is. And that guy to have on standby is Jeremy Purvis. Now, he's on standby. You don't need Jeremy right now. Everything's going good. But when things go to hell in a handbasket, you need to have that guy in the front of your mind. That's Jeremy Purvis and his team right there. They can handle commercial and residential plumbing needs. They give you free quotes. They are licensed, bonded, and insured. They'll do everything from drips to new fixtures. They handle commercial, which means they'll do big buildings. They do residential. They'll do small houses, big to small, drips to floods. It's all Jeremy Purvis and the team at Iron Mountain World Drains and Plumbing. Call them up, 205-516-4927 or online at ironmountainworld.com. Just drain it.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Banking isn't just about your money. It's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org. America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store, that's nextround.store.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. You know the best thing I ever did for myself? I visited Way to Wellness. I just feel better when I have my weight gain under control. They helped me lose 45 pounds back in 2020. That lowered my blood pressure and gave me my life back. Everything is designed for you, and there are no contracts and no sign-up fees. And you even get a free consultation. The website is aplanforme.com or call 205-994-2393. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living.
If you're looking for a great place for food and fun for the entire family and friends, Beef O'Brady's has been doing that for more than a decade here in Birmingham. Ryan Brown here for The Next Round. 3 great locations, Hoover, Helena, and now Highway 280 in the Brook Highlands neighborhood. In fact, I was in there recently and had wings that George McClooney does himself that aren't even on the menu. Blackened, tossed in sweet jalapeno sauce, and finished on the grill. Spectacular. And now you can enjoy the food and fun at 3 great Beef O'Brady's locations in Hoover, Helena, and now on Highway 280. Beef O'Brady's, the perfect place for serving up food and fun.
Hey, beginning this month, our friends at Wayne's Pest Control, they're introducing their new Smart Pest solution. Smart Pest combines the effectiveness of traditional pest control services with 24/7 rodent monitoring. Smart Pest monitors and proactively communicates to prevent an infestation. Smart Pest is the most intelligent, eco-friendly pest control solution available today. Call 866-WAYNES1 and mention offer code TNR to receive $60 off your initial Smart Pest service. That's 866-WAYNES1.
Everybody makes New Year's resolutions. This year, how about a suggestion for the best resolution ever? If you're buying a new home or selling yours, use Holly Mack Wilson. Let a true experienced professional help you. Holly gets her clients' homes sold quickly and usually for more than asking price. Let Holly Mack Wilson help you buy with confidence and sell with success. Make the best resolution ever and call Holly Mack Wilson today. 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. Holly Mack Wilson, a Tuscaloosa Keller Williams agent.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
TNR rolls on. A Precision Sports injury update. It was confirmed yesterday that Jameson Williams does have a torn ACL. Is going to have surgery within the next week or so. And he's a projected first-round draft pick. And they say they don't expect his 4.3 speed to change. And I wouldn't either. But do you think there's some concern now from NFL teams about an ACL tear? I've gotten where if it's an ACL tear, we've gotten so good at that, it seems, that I don't think you lose anything with an ACL tear.
I would say this. You guys remember we were sitting there, and I think Rick Neuheisel was about to join us at SEC Media Days, and I started getting the text that Cam Akers had torn his ACL.
Yeah.
And 6 months later, he was back on the field.
Yeah, it used to be a full year, you know?
Yeah, and look, and he wasn't a factor. I mean, he looked, a step slow, but maybe it's because he's not back to football shape yet. But they wouldn't have cleared him if he wasn't ready to go. So I think it is a little bit different now. I don't know the severity of the injury for Jameson Williams.
Like, I'm more concerned now, and I may be wrong. I'm not a doctor. But I see guys struggle with bad ankle injuries more than I do with ACLs now. I'd love to have our friend who's always on the Alabama sidelines. Great surgeon.
Lyle Kane, Norm Waldrop.
I'd love to have either one of them on or both of them on. Put them on the Lego couch over here this summer, and let's talk about these injuries, because the ACL to me seems like you can come back and be good. To me, when things get ripped up in that ankle, that seems or a shoulder injury for a quarterback, that seems to be a lot more complicated now than where we've gotten the ACL repair.
Well, because we mentioned Norm Waldrop, he's the one that did the tightrope, what they call that tightrope procedure on Tua Tagovailoa, and there are a lot of people that say that makes your ankle stronger than it was prior to the injury. And they used to say that about ACLs too, that actually they could put it together. Dr. Andrews developed a way, or maybe didn't develop it but perfected it or whatever, where your knee is actually stronger once you've had the ACL surgery than it was before. Now, does it reduce your speed? Maybe in some cases. They don't think it will with Jameson Williams. That's what they're saying now, obviously.
But your problem is you're 6 weeks out from the combine.
Yeah, he's not going to do the combine.
Yeah, I know that. So, obviously, he can't work out. So, he goes from projected top 10. McShay and Mel Kiper have got him, I think, at number 6 right now, to I still think he's going to be late first round because we know speed rules all. And just watching his film this year, scouts are going to be blown away at how good he got from game 1 to basically game 15, just continue to get better and better.
I'll make a statement here, and we'll never know if I'm correct or not correct. I believe him not working out helps his draft stock. Because it could not go.
Because you're just going on pure speed at this point.
It could not go any higher than what he's put on tape already.
Yeah,
the only thing that can happen in his workouts, Brown, is that he can be nicked and dotted points, lose points, because, his hands aren't quite as good as I thought they were. His routes aren't quite as good as I thought they were.
But, Lance, I don't know the answer to this question. I don't know. But I wonder if Alabama says we've laser timed him on a 4.3. Or if he runs a 4.3 in Indianapolis, which one matters? I mean, you trust Alabama. These NFL scouts, they trust Alabama. Nick Saban's not going to feed them a line of BS.
There's a good chance the scouts themselves were there for
Probably
that.
so, yeah. But even if the scouts were there and saw him run a 4.3, how much better does that 4.3 look in Indianapolis with all that NFL talent around you? You see what I'm saying?
No, yeah, I think they put a little more stock into that. But my fear as a organization would be, is he going to be ready for the start of the season? Everybody wants it now. So if I'm going to select him in the top 10, we want that guy. Obviously, we didn't have a good year last year. Yep. We know he could be a really good receiver for the next 8 to 10 years, but we want him out there next year.
But if I can get him in week 5 or week 7 and I've got him for 10 years.
Possibly. And look, and Brooke brings up a good point. Cooper Kupp, I remember the game. It was against the Denver Broncos, and he tore his ACL this couple of years ago. And Cooper Kupp right now, at least in 2021, going into 2022, is the best receiver in football.
Yeah, and I agree with that. So I think if you keep working out, if you've had a guy like he has been on tape this year, that it can only go down for you. We hope he recovers and gets faster.
Yeah, real quick, though, there are former NFL players that were tweeting about this during the game last night, or Monday night. And they mentioned Mechie and Jamison Williams, guys that play their entire career on natural grass and then get on these turf stadiums, these synthetic turf stadiums, and they blow out their knees. I don't know if there's anything to that. I'm just saying I know some NFL guys tweeted about it, and it makes them sick because it's a real issue.
Yep. And by the way, the NFL Players Association, if given the choice, they want to play on real grass.
They do, but there's no way to play indoors on real grass.
Tell that to Arizona.
It's the worst track in the NFL. I mean, we see it all the time. They try to roll it out there and grow it and roll it back in. It's a terrible track. Miami's track is no good either because they're trying to grow natural grass under a half dome, basically. And it's a mess. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if there's anything to that.
All right. That's Precision Sports Injury Update.
Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health. Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, 9 convenient locations in central Alabama, including the return of hand surgeon Dr. Joseph Sherrill. Your injury cannot wait any longer. We are rebuilding champions on and off the field, so make that appointment today. Call 855-219-6200 or visit them online, precisionsportsortho.com.
5 quarterback battles. I gave you 15 of them from the Bleacher Report today on the morning rounds, but I got 5 for you. We'll do 2 here and then 3 in our final segment coming up. The 2 we'll do first is Auburn and Oregon because they sort of are tied. Bo Nix leaves Auburn, goes to Oregon. That's listed as Bleacher Report, one of the more interesting quarterback battles for Dan Lanning's new coaching staff and Kenny Dillingham out in Eugene. Bo Nix and Ty Thompson out there. Now, they project Bo Nix to end up winning this battle because Dan Lanning is familiar with Bo Nix. He's seen him his whole career. And Kenny Dillingham is familiar with Bo Nix. They're comfortable with him. Do you guys feel the same way that having seen Bo Nix and know Bo Nix, that they wouldn't have brought Bo Nix out to Eugene if they weren't comfortable with his skill set?
Probably not, though it's interesting you say that. Dan Lanning's familiarity with Bo Nix is what?
Well, I mean, he schemed him against Georgia.
And it hasn't been great. No. So, I mean, that's interesting to me. But maybe Dan Lanning saw something he liked. And certainly Dillingham, he has a ton of familiarity with Bo Nix.
For Bo, maybe the game slows down just a little bit now that he's going to the Pac-12.
That's right.
Game in, game out. But Ty Thompson, was a guy that was recruited as the quarterback of the future. Anthony Brown was kind of the stopgap this past year. If you're Dan Lanning, look, it's a clean slate. He's taken over program to build this program. So these guys are going to go in it. Bo's got the experience. Ty Thompson's got what a lot of people believe is future ability. I think it's going to be a battle that from day one, everybody's going to be on the same page. And whoever wins the battle in camp is going to be your starting quarterback. And we've had Joel Klatt on, who knows a lot about the position and that conference. He's the guy that believes Ty Thompson ultimately is the quarterback.
Zach Calzada, Holden Geriner, and T.J. Finley at Auburn is another one of their top 15 quarterback battles in the offseason. Again, the portal usually to me tells me I don't like what I've got coming in, or I don't think the guys I have coming in, if they're young, are going to be ready to play immediately, so let me get some insurance. And that's the way I see Zach Calzada. We've seen him get in and out of huddles in the SEC, and he pulled an upset. So they project Calzada to win that quarterback battle. But if you're an Auburn fan, you're excited about what Holden Geriner could be. You've heard a lot of things, but Calzada's got a ton of eligibility left. What do you make of the Auburn? They project Calzada.
Yeah, I would project Zach Calzada as well. Holden Geriner is unknown. The beauty of what faces Auburn to start the season is you got a couple games where you get some really good looks at Holden Geriner if you choose to do that before you have to play Penn State. I don't know that you would like the prospect of his first start being against Penn State. If you played it that way, if you start Calzada and then let Geriner play some against, those first 2 opponents. But you got a chance to get a good look at him early. I would be shocked if it's not Zach Calzada at this point, unless they add someone else out of the transfer portal.
Yeah, and guys out there, Caleb Williams, Jackson Dart, and others still waiting for that next location. All right, when we come back, still some quarterback battles. I found this interesting. One of the quarterback battles includes Clemson, Florida, and, of course, the one at LSU. That when we come back, the show being brought to you by our friends at Redmont Vodka, the official vodka of the 2022 World Games in Birmingham.
Yeah, and also the official vodka right here on the Next Round. Pick up a bottle today, locally owned and operated. Their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmont Vodka made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, doesn't have a harsh aftertaste, 8 times distilled. Available at your local package and ABC stores. Pick up a bottle today, Redmont Vodka.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Iron Mountain Construction is an industrial services company with over 500 people available for your situation and needs. They are committed to safely supporting the operations of your facility through their execution of quality-driven maintenance services and on-time, on-budget small capital construction work. And they offer support with plumbers, pipe fitters, millwrights, iron workers, laborers, operators, and more. Call the office of Iron Mountain Construction, 205-781-1170 for Jeremy Purvis and Iron Mountain Construction.
Nothing to do tonight? Wanna bet? It's non-stop gaming action at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. You'll find the latest and greatest games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. Wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. And try your luck on our popular sports parlay promotion. Don't miss your chance to win at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Located off I-459, exit 31. Must be 21 or older.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
Did you know there are many different causes to erectile dysfunction? Causes like a heart condition, diabetes, a reaction to medication, or simply low testosterone. I'm Jim Dunaway, and I'm so glad the Alabama Men's Clinic is right here in Birmingham. They've treated thousands of Alabama men for ED. And listen, men, this is one game you never want to be out of. And that's why the Alabama Men's Clinic staff will find the problem, and some of you will be back in the game the day after your first appointment. Set up that appointment by calling 205-598-7000, 205-598-7000, or go to the website, alabamamensclinic.com. As I told you, there are many reasons you could be having an ED problem, and you want to find out the answer. Most men wait years before they even address the issue with a doctor. Get rid of depression, get rid of anxiety, make a new connection with that special person in your life. Again, the number, 205-598-7000, or get back in the game at alabamamensclinic.com.
This hour of the next round is presented by Cardinal Roofing, the cardinal rule for all your roofing needs. Your home for financing, one-day jobs, and more than 500 five-star reviews. Call Cardinal Roofing today, 205-900-ROOF, and mention the next round to receive $100 off your next roof replacement.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our not-for-all-ages podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Final segment. We'll do these 3 quarterback battles really quickly, and then I want to ask you guys, I don't think we've told our scariest experience. We were trying to go see friends at the other side of the stadium about an hour before the kick. And Brown and I caught ourselves in a bad situation. We'll get to that after we finish up these quarterback battles, which are brought to you by our friends at Michelson.
Hey, to find out if LASIK is right for you, write this number down, 969-8100, the number I called years and years ago. I got scheduled to get that hassle-free consultation, which you can do right now. Just call, ask for Amy, tell her the Next Round sent you. They're going to take care of you. If you've worn the contacts or glasses for years, 2022 is the year to go contacts-free. Make the call, 969-8100. Find out if Michelson Laser Vision is right for you. Find out if LASIK is right for you. Or you can also go online for more information, michelsonlaservision.com.
All right, the rest of these quarterback battles. First off, at LSU, Walker Howard or Miles Brennan. Walker, I mean, he's good enough to dance for if you're Brian Kelly, 5-star recruit coming in. I don't really know anything about him, but Miles Brennan was pretty darn good to me until he got hurt.
It's going to be Miles Brennan. Brian Kelly's not a guy that loves to play young quarterbacks, and Miles Brennan, was tabbed the starter, at least coming into the year. So I think Brennan, with his experience, I still think there's some upside there. I think he's going to be the guy.
Don't you read into Miles Brennan being in the transfer portal, Brian Kelly getting hired, and Brennan saying, I'll change my mind, I'll come back. Yeah. Don't you read a lot into that?
That Brian had a chance to call him.
Yeah, as far as it pertains to him starting, I don't think he would come back to LSU if he didn't really feel good about being the starter.
And then there's, down at Florida, Jack Miller and Anthony Richardson. Now, I didn't know this. I didn't know that Jack Miller, I think, was an Arizona high school star or a big high school star out west, and Billy Napier heavily recruited him when Billy Napier was at Arizona State. It started in the recruiting process of all this. So he's familiar with Jack Miller, of what he was doing. That's been a while since Billy's been out there. But he knew of Jack Miller. He knew of the name. So there's some history there as Jack Miller comes and joins Billy Napier down at Florida.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Emory Jones never officially left.
No, he's still, last I saw before we went up to
I haven't seen any update.
Indianapolis, he was in classes and in meetings.
And
which is super weird because the reports of him being in the portal have been out there for a very long time.
He had moments. He was a better option than Anthony Richardson. Anthony Richardson had zero accuracy. Now, he could be electrifying running the football. I don't know what direction Billy Napier goes. I think if Emory Jones comes back, I think he's probably your starter game 1 against Utah.
I would agree.
Yeah, Bleacher Report, where this list comes from, 15 of them, we only gave you 5, projects Anthony Richardson as a starter, which would be an upset to me. The last one I wanted to get to is DJ Uyunglele and Cade Klubnik, who's the 5-star recruit coming in for Clemson. You guys have been very outspoken about DJ all year long. And here comes Cade Klubnik, and a lot of people are saying Cade is Trevor Lawrence to Kelly Bryant and DJ for the Dabo Swinney coaching moves. Dabo's not afraid to pull a guy and put a 5-star freshman coming in at starting quarterback, and that's what Klubnik could be.
Well, I'm looking at Clemson's schedule because you would think if it started like with Georgia, you probably tend to go with, even though he didn't play great, the guy that's got experience, right? Rather than throw a true freshman out. They open at Georgia Tech and Mercedes-Benz Stadium. I say at Georgia Tech's neutral site game, Mercedes-Benz Stadium.
Could be a tricky game, though.
Could be. It is that Labor Day night game.
Yeah, conference game.
Yeah, conference game.
Jeff Collins is getting Tech better every year. I don't know how close they are to Clemson yet, though.
But then they host La Tech and they host Furman before they travel to Notre Dame for their first true road game of the season. Actually, that is not correct. That Notre Dame game is not next. They haven't set the order yet. But those first two I got you, at Georgia Tech and then La Tech. You got some time to ease in a guy.
Yeah.
But I'm going to assume that DJ is going to be your starter week 1. This year was bad. The entire offense was bad.
It was.
But, you go back to 2020, and we saw the 2 starts from him. He had, in those 2 starts, half as many touchdowns, more than half as many touchdowns as he had the entire year this year in 13 starts. He had 5 touchdowns, 0 picks. This year he only had 9 passing touchdowns, which is really hard to believe for a 10-win team. But you just wonder if you could get back the magic that he had for those couple of games. He played well in those
really
games.
makes no sense.
Before we tell our scary story at the stadium, Cowan Equipment poll updates. Brown will run through those again quickly, brought to you by the great folks at Cowan Equipment.
Yeah, Cowan Equipment, they are proud to partner with the Next Round on our new venture here. Would love the opportunity to partner with your company for your heavy equipment needs. Visit us. Go to cowan.com for more information on how we can be your heavy equipment solution, from rental and new equipment sales to superior service and parts. Again, for more information, cowan.com.
How often is your cell phone ringer on? 46% say never, 25% say sometimes, 16% often, 13% always. We had a lot of you tell us you can set an emergency call list for people to be pushed through if you have it on silent. That was something I learned today, Rockstar. Dunaway made a great point, though. If we do that and one of our loved ones that's on that list calls during the show, it's going to ring on the show.
Well, emergency is an emergency, so.
That is true. Rockstar's right about that,
But you
Jim.
don't put
If it
that
is
list on
effective
until you're out
emergency.
of town.
You're not supposed to have a heart attack during the show.
Come on. Call and break. It's long enough.
What is your current expectation for Auburn men's basketball? 54% say Final Four, 23% Elite Eight, 13% say out in the first weekend, 10% say Sweet 16. Just the opposite for your expectations for Alabama men's basketball. 47% say out in the first weekend, 46% say Sweet 16, 4% Elite Eight, 3% Final Four.
All right, 2 minutes to tell the story, Rockstar. We're going to see friends on the other side of the stadium. We're on this side of the stadium. We're going all the way across the other side. We're on this 20. We're going to the 20 on the other side. We got to go through a flat area that is sort of standing room only. They have made this huge planning mistake of putting the game day set up there. So people have stopped to watch game day hour before kickoff.
Holding their phones up, videoing it, all that. Yeah.
So we're trying to get there, Brown and I, and it is just a sea of people. And it gets to the point where, I don't know how Brown was, my feet are not even touching the ground. So if people start pushing this way, I'm getting pushed backwards. There are some people that are coming through linked arms like a big train, pushing people. It's going bad. So I go backwards to walk over up to the top and come down on the other side, and I actually beat Brown there, who was about 20 yards ahead of me. Did that ever get scary to you at all?
Was everybody masked up?
Nobody masked up.
The weirdest thing.
I saw like 2 masks.
The weirdest
of the
thing.
65,000
losers.
There was one fan that just built a head of steam and was knocking people out of the way, and he was the one guy wearing a mask. And the whole thing.
I remember there was a City Stage that, bringing back Snoop Dogg back up, it was when Snoop Dogg was at City Stages, and I think people were going from like one beer stage, like whatever the Coca-Cola stage, to the next stage, and everybody was walking because it was another thing. And I have never been in that much of a crowd where you're body to body with people and you can't move. It was a panic attack nonstop because there was nowhere you could go.
I never had like a panic attack or any anxiety or anything like that. I just got hot.
But that's why I turned around,
hot.
Brown. I felt uncomfortable.
Yeah.
But I will tell you, there was like 4 or 5 Georgia fans. They were probably in their 20, 22 range. They were going this way, walking past me, and the last girl, it was guy, girl, the last girlfriend, she had a hot dog with mustard on it.
Oh,
and
that's her fault.
Don't get it on me.
It's like one bite eaten, and another Georgia fan's walking this way. He's got a red hoodie on, and as she's going by, that thing hits him in the arm like this, leaves a yellow spot on it, and comes back, and I go, your hot dog hit his sweatshirt. I wouldn't eat that now. And she goes, I'm going to eat it anyway. And she takes a bite. I'm going to eat it anyway. And she takes a bite in front of me. And
I would have been more like, you're paying for my sweatshirt now. Mustard's tough to get out.
The boyfriend, what did he say to you? He said, I shouldn't eat my hot dog because I touched that sweatshirt. And she was real country.
One guy had a chili dog. I did see a guy that passed that had a chili dog. I'm like, this is going to be a complete.
There's always a split Dunaway's skull.
What do you say to you?
Yeah, there's always one that if you bump into somebody, like that's that one guy that wants to fight you, like you did it on purpose. Like, dude, there's 10,000 of us right here.
Yeah, and I saw the biggest you-know-what outside. We were leaving, a Georgia fan just giving it to his girlfriend. We assumed that she had screwed up the Uber ride, and so he was mad. You've ruined the night. Screaming, you blankety blank ruined the night. I knew you would. It's always in your head.
Should be the best night of my life.
It was cold outside, though.
Should have been the best night of my life, but you ruined my night. Hate those people. Fun show today. Thanks for being with us. We're back tomorrow. 9 a.m. Central Time on all the platforms. Get the replay now. Until next time, God bless you. God bless America.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live.